Greek agons, and for the analysis of the treatise of Gymnasticus. So, for the first, we have so many terminology and methodology problems in history of sport, because in Poland we have a different terminology than on the West. In Poland, sport is the only one of the pillars of physical culture, whereas in the West, sport is the term for everything. I tried to show what I mean on this picture. It's the Polish science in history of sport, and on the West, sport is using for everything. It's describing everything. So such different terminology causes serious methodological problems, and this is only the beginning of the problem, as it affects the entire field of sports history. Another emerging problem is the nomenclature concerning antiquity. Competition in ancient times cannot be called sport. The most important reason why the agon and spectacle cannot be called sport is the religious nature of both. Today's sport is devoid of the sacred elements that were the fundamental premise of the Greek agon. So what should we call all the physical activities undertaken by the ancients? An indirect answer to this question is the use of the terms spectacles in connection with the Romans, and agon, or games, in connection to the Greeks. However, when it comes to the entire era, it is most correct to use phrase physical culture or body and movement culture. And there is one term used in one publication, bodily culture. So for the second, historiography concerning ancient sport. In recent years, a number of publications concerning ancient body culture have appeared in the West, especially in Anglo-Saxon literature. The authors of these publications use different terms to describe the phenomena they describe. For example, titles such as sport, bodily culture, and classical antiquity in modern Greece. Agaristes, suitors, sports, feasting and allied politics in 6th century Greece. Spectator-athlete interaction in ancient Greek athletics. Boys will be boys, agonistic graffiti from Yazos. So I tried to write the most problematic, the best examples of these problems with terminology and methodology. So bodily culture, sport, it's everything and nothing. There is in Polish historiography there is one publication only, Sport and Spectacles in the Ancient World, but I think it's this is only fundamental publication, and in Poland we don't have good publications which shows every problem of antiquity sports. All others also used as academic textbooks for students of physical education and sport are outdated. We have old academic books, so that's the next problem. Okay, for the third, something general about Roman spectacles and Greek agons. Greek agon, the center of Greek physical culture was the gymnasium. Yes. It was a complex of buildings having, for example, changing rooms, running tracks, etc. Athletes trained there under the guidance of coach for the development in a specific discipline. Boxers in sandbag rooms, wrestlers on the palestra, and runners on the treadmills. All kinds of games and more complicated movement games were also used in ballrooms. Okay. There is a stadium in Olympia and Palestra at the picture. And the next, Roman spectacles are divided into three main types: amphitheatrical, circus, and theatrical. First, 2 and 3. The amphitheatrical is connected with the bloody games that took place exclusively in the amphitheatres. Gladiatorial combat, fights with wild animals, etc. And the next is circus. Circus hosted competitions on the Greek model, and over time, in Christian Byzantium, circuses became the venue for all categories of disciplines. For the third theater, Greek theater brought together all kinds of stage performances. However, over time, theater began to move to the circus as entertainment between the actual competitions. So, from theater, it moved to the hippodrome in Constantinople, for example. Okay, for the fourth, analysis of the Stratis ho gymnasticus. Philostratos wasn't a coach. It is a rhetorical. It's rhetorical work. So it's not. We don't have a specialistic knowledge there, but it's the most important source that we have about agon and physical culture in antiquity. What about coaches in antiquity? Who the coach is and what knowledge he has to address the athlete. A coach should be able to express himself and not talk too much. This prevents training from being waste. He should also be able to judge a person by his face. So that's about coach, and there is an example of one of the best athletes in Greek history, Melon from Croton. Okay, what about relationships between coaches and athletes? Wherever there was a competition, the coach would cover the player with a coat, and nobody could take the coat off. So we see the coach and his athlete were connected with a special links. This was about, for example, from Philostratos, we have an example of boxer. This was about Glaucus, powerful right hand. He clearly had a stronger right hand. Philostratos reports that at Eubea, his athlete sent the blade with his right hand and then straightened it. I don't know why it didn't. there is I wanted to say the first that there's an example that the coach of Glaukos the coach of Glaukos tried to cheer him to win this competition, and that example of link between coach and his athlete. Coach always carries a bronze scrap. Philostratos gives the example of a coach who killed his athlete with a scrapper for failing in a competition. Most importantly, it argues for the bonds of trust that are created between the athletes and coach. The above athlete let down his coach's trust by wasting time preparing for the competition, wasting training. Failure was the consequence of disregard and the punishment of lost trust. So we have a history of this scrapper killing. Choice and selection of athletes. General choice from Philostratos. The bones of the foot shall correspond to the bones of the hand, the bones of the shank to those with toes of the forearm, and the bones of the arm with toes of the thigh, the shoulders to the buttocks, and the back to the stomach, and the breasts shall be as convex as thighs. The appearance of the whole is determined by the head, and it should be in the right proportions. And specific choice factors, morphological for the first, somatic structure, blood. I classified it for it to morphological because in this source we have a complicated chaos with terms and everything. So I tried to write it more clearly. Psychological, temperament and courage, and genetic, parents and origin. Genetic, psychological and morphological factors. Genetic. Coachman's questions about origin according to Philostratos. Did the parents get married young? Are they in good health? Is there a family history of neurological disease? What is the spacing of the eyes, ears, and nose? Bad qualities become apparent in adolescence. The youth of the parents influences the bones, muscles, etc. in the athlete. In the case of not knowing the parents, we do not send the athlete back. So we should to watch him and try is he had probably good parents or he didn't when we don't know his parents. And these genetic factors are connected with the next. So temperament, it was connected with Hippocrates and Galen theory about temperaments. So Philostratos trying to describe the best temperament for athlete, which coach should choose. It's a sanguinarians, they were the best material, because appetite and resistance to disease was linked with this temperament for Philostratus. Cholerics, dry and abrupt, but characterized by acuteness of mind. Phlegmatics were too slow, and melancholics the author does not take into account. This means that an athlete cannot be described by a coach as having a melancholic temperament. Automatic disqualification as a potential athlete. The skin of children of older parents is delicate, with deep cavities forming at the collarbone and swollen arteries. They are sluggish and sweat more profusely than people with hatchbacks or other dysfunctions, as for Philostratus, of course. As a result, they waste time training because they will not achieve anything at competitions. They are excluded from all competitions, with particular emphasis on pancration and boxing. However, they can train amateurishly if they feel the need to do so. Philostratus argues that this can help them build their self-esteem in life. So the coach should take this into account. They are referred to as late offspring. Okay, so that's all. Thank you for your attention. I hope everything was clearly.
Yes, no, thank you very much. That was perfect timing as well. So that's very helpful for the discussion. Thank you for your very interesting paper. And I'd like to invite Maciej Helbig to speak now, who will be talking. He's from the Silesian University in Katowice, and he will be speaking about the Byzantine garden, what to plant in the garden according to the 12th book of the Geoponica by Cassianus Bassus. Let's see if he can be connected somehow. Yeah, I think he's coming online.
I'm still online. I don't know if you can see me. Let me just...
No.
Okay, now it's working. Now it's working.
Yeah, we can see you, absolutely. Okay,
okay, so let me just... Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And I want to personally thank to organizers to have that opportunity that they allowed me to be here with you today. Let me just try to share the screen. It should be visible. Let me try once again. Okay. I don't know if you see the presentation itself as a slide PowerPoint, but you can. I see here that you. Okay, it's not a problem. We will bear it. So somehow, just don't waste the time. So thank you once again to the organizers to have me here. And yes, indeed, I will be talking about today, the Byzantine garden. However, it will be a fusion. Not only Cassianus Bassus, but this will be a fusion with Apicius the Recoquinaria. So bear with me. I will try to be very quick because I want to share a few things with you according to the Roman cuisine. So let's start. The relative pace and stability of life in the first period of the resilient rule of the Macedonian emperors fostered the revival of science. In a wider context, one can see the turn to the achievement of the world, which has for long remained in the realm of memories. So it means that to the culture of and thought of ancient Greece. On the initiative and under the supervision of Emperor Constantine VII, numerous encyclopedic works were created concerning all areas of life known at that time. One of them is the work of Geoponica, the authorship of which is attributed to Cassianus Bassus, and it is worth mentioning that the Geoponica is also known as the Encyclopedia of Agricultural Knowledge that we have today. This is the new edition of the text from the 6th century AD that was initiated. The new edition was initiated by the emperor and later dedicated to him. The whole dispute whether this 10th century edition should be attributed to Bassus is not in my interest right now. The whole encyclopedia consists of 20 books that give rather wide view on agriculture of the later antiquity in such spheres as astronomy, weather, the tillage, the calendar works to be done during the year, the establishment and maintenance of vineyards, cultivation of olive trees, fruit trees, decorative plants, cultivation of vegetables, breeding and herding of birds, cattle, horses, bees, fish, and of course the hunting.
We're still on the first slide. Maybe you're showing us the third slide.
Yeah. I don't know why. Well, you should see the PowerPoint presentation not at the very beginning. So, let's leave it like that. Like, let's don't waste the time. I don't know what's happening. Maybe I should do that in PDF instead of the PowerPoint. But let's leave it like this because I can see that my Firefox is not allowing me to present the PowerPoint presentation itself. So let's leave it like this. So as I said, the book of Geoponica, the whole Geoponica consists of 20 books, taking into consideration practically everything about the horti and agriculture of ancient times. And from the vast area of interest, we can say that the plants take up quite a lot of space. But from the perspective of my paper, the most interesting will be the book 12. Here the author gives some pieces of advice that concern the horticulture, which means simply the growing of useful vegetables. The author names these plants that could be easily grown in the climate of Constantinople and have the dietary meaning. Now, the 12th book of Geoponica consists of 41 chapters that can be easily divided into two parts. The first one takes first 11, which contain the instructions and the useful pieces of information about the horticulture. Also here, author gives some pieces of advice and a short remark on how to herd the gardener. The second botanical part starts with the chapter 12 and ends with the 41st. Amongst the chapter 12, Bassus cites, let's say, 26 kinds of vegetables, plus I guess 5 for the herbs themselves, presenting more or less precise descriptions of the medicinal properties. In the later part of this paper, I will focus on 6 of them, which will be cucumber, melon, radish, celery, leek, and artichokes. And this analysis of the Geoponica text will help me in reconstructing some of the culinary recipes held in Apicius' cookbook De Recoquinaria Libri Decem. Now, in the chapter 19th, entitled Concerning the cucumbers, Bassus uses the form sikios for the cucumber. He says that there are two ways to avoid the seeds in the cucumber. The first one is that the first stem of the plant should be dug in the soil, so only the top of the stem would be visible. And when the stem grows up, it should be covered with the soil once again, and this needs to be repeated 3 times. The same result gives soaking the seeds in the sesame oil 3 days before sowing. And here also Bassus gives a very interesting solution for a fevering infant. According to the text, when the baby has a fever, one needs to place the cucumbers of equal length next to the baby during its sleep. And this should help to recover the baby faster, because the cucumbers, according to him, will absorb the fever. Dried root mixed with sweet wine or water with honey is the best remedy for any kind of sickness. And to obtain any purgative cucumbers, one needs to soak the root of the white plant for 2 or 3 days in the water, and then use the water to water the plants for 5 more days, and this should be also repeated 5 times. And the other way is to have even stronger purgative cucumbers, is to dig a hole around the roots when they give the first stems. Now, the cucumber that we know, this is the Cucumis sativus, which belongs to the family of Cucurbitaceae, and it is thought to be native to India. However, the evidence is just circumstantial, as the some botanists say that the plant practically has never been observed in the wild. Furthermore, some suggestions were made in the 19th century that the plant could have been cultivated for over 3,000 years in India. All in all, the cucumbers were widespread and loved in the ancient Greece and Rome. Probably the seeds were brought to Greece from Egypt or further to Sicily by Greeks. Romans used to grow cucumbers like grape wine. Also, it's said that they were fond of growing them in different shapes, putting vegetables into reed or specially made baskets. Now, the next plant from the same family is the melon from the chapter 20. Here Bassus says that melons are very refreshing and antiemetic. They remove the phlegm, help to increase the salivation and clean the head. Also, they help to reduce the thirst caused by fever. To get them with the rose aroma, one should dig the seeds with dried roses. To obtain sweet melons, the seeds should be soaked in milk and honey, then dried before sowing. And also, Bassus in this chapter warns all menstruating women against approaching to the plants, because the melons would either wither or be bitter. Now, the melon we know, this is the Cucumis melo from the same family, Cucurbitaceae, as the cucumber. But melon is rather of a big economical importance. It appears to be native to Africa, so truly the wild species were being reported in eastern tropical Africa only. Somehow the plant itself was rather latecomer to man's list of crops. Its cultivars were dispersed rapidly throughout Europe. When not grown in monoculture, melons tend to have quite good resistance against the powdery mildew. Not only cucurbits were in the interest of Bassus. In the 12th book of Geoponica, chapter 22, considering the radish, we have the radish. However, we can say that he brings up the way to cultivate the vegetables and its medicinal properties. And according to the text, radish is good in treating phlegm. Different kinds of kidney disease eaten with honey would be a cure for cough, and dyspnea can be treated by eating roasted seeds with honey. Moreover, the vegetable was seen as a general remedy for different venoms. Eaten on empty stomach would simply remove all toxins. Drinking the juice with water is also an antidote, and needless to say, Bassus quotes that anyone who would spread radish on his hands would be able to catch venomous snakes. Now the word Raphanis, Raphanidos that Bassus uses, this is usually identified with a radish from the family Brassicaceae, Ariel classified as crucifera. Now Raphanus sativus that we know today has three varieties, radicula, niger, and the white one, the alba. Probably the wild species is Raphanis raphanistrum. However, according to Becker, the black variety was known in ancient Egypt, and this could imply that the Mediterranean area was the source of the crop. Another useful plant presented by Bassus is under the Greek name Toselinon, which is presented in chapter 23. Now, the word selinon usually represents, in ancient Greek, celery. However, sometimes it also may refer to parsley. For example, in the Idyls of Theocritus, or in Homer when he, in Odyssey, describes the entrance to Calypso's cave. Though for the later Greek language had a separate term, petroselinon, the problem is that both plants belong to the same family, Apiaceae, and are not always that easy to distinguish as we may think. What is even more, in the wild, they often are being confused with each other or with other non-related species that share some the same look. Yet the most of the time selinon is identified with celery. Now, Bassus says that to have a big celery, we should wrap 3 pinches of seeds in a cloth, then spread with fertilizer and then water. Same results we will get when digging a hole around the root and covering it with a chaff. To obtain more curly plant, the seeds should be crushed before sowing. In the later part of the chapter, Bassus presents few pieces of information about the properties of the plants. According to the text, celery is strictly forbidden for nursing mothers as it can cause the milk loss and arouses the passion. On the other hand, the celery can be used to refresh the breath, and Bassus says that the actors used to use this plant for this particular purpose. Now, celery, of course, is identified now with Apium graveolens. However, the wild species probably occurred mostly in the Eurasia. The modern cultivated plant derived from the wild species by selection of size and succulence of the petioles. Probably it was used first by the Greeks as a medicinal, later as a cooking and decorative plant. The domestication is assumed to take place in the Mediterranean basin. It is worth mentioning also that Pliny the Elder distinguished cultivated and wild celery. The next plant would be Toprason from chapter 29. The leek. Now, Bassus, from the beginning of this chapter, precises that he is quoting Sotion. According to the text, there are 3 ways to have a magnificent leek. The first way is to the seeds should not be watered till the 4th day after sowing, and also they should be trampled. The second way to get a big leek is to place a shell or flat stone upon the seeds, also without watering. The third way, the head should be pierced with twig or reed, and then the seeds should be placed so that they would stick together and give a more glamorous plant. There is also the other way involving some fertilizers, which is supposed to make the seeds also stick together and create a magnificent plant. Bassus also provides some pieces of information about the medicinal properties. Grounded leek is to cure the bites from tarantula and other reptiles. A cooked leek eaten with honey helps in all kinds of cardiovascular diseases. But the decoction mixed with sweet wine cures the urinary tract. Now, the leek juice drunken with water and the leek wrap would help cure any animal bites. It may seem that leek, according to Bassus, is a remedy for everything. However, Bassus adheres that the constant consumption may weaken the eyesight and harm the stomach. Now, prason, generally speaking, is identified now with Allium ampeloprassum from Amaryllidaceae. Till 1981, this was classified under the lilies. However, there was a revolution in the systematics at the end of 20th century and beginning of 21st century. Now we are classifying it to a different newly created family, and according to Vavilov, the center of origin of leek would be the Near East and the Mediterranean basin. Of course, references to onion, garlic, and leek can be found back in the first Egyptian dynasty, the biblical accounts of Exodus, and at the time of Greek and Roman authors like Hippocrates and Pliny the Elder. Several cultivars were already named. Leek was also well known in Europe in the Middle Ages, prized for different varieties. Now, the last plant would be the artichoke from the chapter 39. Bassus says that the best time to plant the artichokes is November, because during the spring the plant will bear fruits, and if it's planted in the spring, the plant will not be able to flourish properly. To achieve any aroma of seeds, achieve any aromatic plant, the seeds need to be soaked in the rose, for example, lily or bay juice before sowing. However, the other way to obtain the same result, according to the text, is to put the seeds into the laurel berry. The artichoke that we know today, it's called in systematics in taxonomy Cinara carduculus from the family Asteraceae. Now, this is native to the Mediterranean basin and Canary Isles. Tall perennial thistle with large and fleshy edible capitula that we call the chokes. This is the thing we eat. The plant was probably domesticated and spread in the whole Old World, grown and appreciated by Greeks and Romans. The best artichokes were delivered from Cordoba and Carthago. Romans used to associate the plant with erotica, which one of the proofs is the fresco from Domus Veti in Pompeii. Now, we know what to plant, so let's check what can we do with all those beautiful plants. Now, the vegetables, they were supposed to be served either as a side dish or as an accompaniment to different kinds of meat, or separate appetizers or main courses. Fortunately, to our time, has been preserved an ancient cookery book containing something around 450 recipes, a rather wide and interesting collection from the 1st till 4th century AD. Usually it's attributed to Apicius, not edited entirely by him that we know. The compilation called the Recoquinaria is the oldest cookery book. Now, to end, let's see what we can get. So, for example, Apicius gives 3 recipes for cucumbers. This is the easiest one. The basic one is just some cucumbers chopped into chunks, covered with fermented fish sauce, very beloved substance by Romans, and sprinkled with pepper. Now, here we have, let's say, the version deluxe, because it contains cucumbers, some mint, peppercorns, honey, fish sauce, vinegar, and a pinch of asafoetida that should be replaced. The recipe in original requires for silphium, but unfortunately the silphium has been extinct since the times of Nero. Now, it looks, generally speaking, like this. if any one of you is interested in reconstructing those recipes, I can share them with you. It's not a problem. It's not a secret. It's quite tasty because the fermented fish sauce taste is reduced by the mint, so it's bearable. And Apicius says that those cucumbers are easy to digest and they do not provoke any vomiting and sickness.
Okay, I think you have another couple of minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. So the next, let's follow the way I created the order I proposed with the plants. So of course here we have melon salad. Now Apicius says this is a very similar recipe from the third book of the Recoquinaria. He says that the watermelon or melon should be divided into pieces implicite. Now what you have to use is some pepper, puleum. This is a kind of mint that can be replaced with the peppermint. You have good results as well. Then you have to use honey or something called passum, which is I would replace that with a very, very sweet wine. Liquamen, which is the fermented fish sauce. Acetum is simply a vinegar, and then it should be once again flavored with the asafoetida. So if any one of you is interested how it may look like, so these are the proportions. Of course, the problem with Apicius is that he does not give proportions at all, and all the results that I will share with you very quickly. This is the result of my own experimenting in the kitchen, and this is the final result we have here. Now the melon should be chilled, and this is actually quite refreshing in the summer. I have to tell you that. It's not that bad as it might look, especially according to fermented fish sauce. Now, when we talk about the radish, there is only one recipe. It's very easy because you need to chop the radish and spray with some fish sauce and sprinkle with pepper, which looks like this. Okay, it's edible. I mean, let's say that it's not very sophisticated recipe, as you may expect from Apicius. However, yeah, this is the way the Romans used to eat. Now, with the celery, it's more complicated.
I think it's a moment to conclude, if you can.
I'm concluding all the time. No worries. It's like, yeah, exactly. So the celery, we have just a simple puree of celeries, which you have to cook in the bicarbonated water, and the result looks like this. Does not look very appetizing, but believe me, it's okay. Now the leeks. Now the leeks, if we consider the leeks, the recipe is as follows. You have to cook the leeks and mix it with a kind of, we would say, a vinaigrette. Mixture of olive oil, some pepper, and fermented fish sauce. Now this is far much tastier than the celery puree. And the last but not least is, of course, the artichokes. You have cooked artichokes here. One with the very thick and quite spicy sauce, and the other one, the ones you can see here. These are the fried ones with a very light and delicate sauce that is supposed to be eaten after the bath. So this is the way it looks. This is the way we can use actually the thing we know from Cassianus Bassus to combine this, what we can plant, because we don't plant the plants just to enjoy them with our eyes, but also we need to eat something. So thank you very much for your attention. And if any one of you would like to try this, I encourage you to do some researches yourself with the Apicius. Sometimes it's very funny and very hard journey, but the results, believe me, it's amazing. The way we think about the Roman cuisine and the Mediterranean cuisine of nowadays, it's completely different. So just do your own research and discover the Rome from the side of the kitchen. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Very interesting paper, and I'm sure there'll be lots of questions later on. If we could now invite López Ferman, Lilia Isabel to speak, who I understand is in Mexico City from the Escuela Nacional de Antropología e Historia. So if she's ready, then we would love to hear your presentation, which will be on Galactology in Spanish medicine in the 16th and 17th centuries. Okay, so she's telling us that her interpreter is going to present for her, so her translator. Yes, and that must be Emiliano Reyes, who will be presenting in English for her.
Good morning, everybody. Like you already said, I hope you all hear me loud and clear.
Yeah.
I will be interpreting for Lilias today. I'm not only her interpreter, I'm as well his student. So I will start casting our slides. Yeah, that's it. Okay, well, I want to be very clear for everyone that is listening. This is Lilia's research. I'm only his student, and this is entirely her work. Should you have any questions, I'll be glad to translate for her and in order for her to answer you as well. Okay, well, this is like we already have been introduced. Galactology in Spanish medicine, 16th and 17th centuries. Next slide, please. Objectives. The following presentation is centering in exposing preliminary results of an ongoing research. This means that our research, well, Lilia's research, has not concluded. It is still a job on the making. Said research analyzed which place does the theory of galactology and milk consumption takes in medicine books published in the Spanish Kingdom. This is, we have to emphasize that milk consumption regarding milk from cows, donkeys, and goats. Okay. At first, this research encompassed the study of books from the 16th and 17th century. However, just recently, I found out that in medicine books from the 18th century, there was a significant change in galactology's theory and milk consumption. Next slide, please. Well, here's the materials Lilia has been using. As you can see on the right side of your screen, there's a book cover from a tractate of medicine in the 18th century. Next slide, please. This is the materials I have gathered. Those are 18 books and one dissertation divided by centuries. I have gathered 4 books from the 16th century, 7 books from the 17th century, 7 books from the 18th century, and 1 dissertation. The extreme dates are from 1569 to 1795, 1606 from 1664, 1708 to 1796. And the fields of medicines that I have studied regarding galactology are healthcare. I have come up with 12 books, 2 books from obstetrics, and 2 books from surgery, 1 book regarding food hygiene, and 1 book regarding pharmaceuticals. Also, 1 dissertation on moral medicine. Of course, there will be further commentary ahead. Next slide, please. Here are some covers from the 1569, 1595, 1685 regarding galactology from several Spanish physicians. Next slide, please. Okay, we have also some more covers from the 18th century, 1785 and 1789. On the left, you can see what we just said a couple of slides before. This is a speech on moral medics, which is a part of that combines a study that combines theology and medicine. Okay, next slide, please. The author's purpose. Physicians, Spanish physicians, write two types of text. One is hygiene manuals for the elite, centering in give them diet guidelines, recommending certain foods and forbidding others. And the second type of text are manuals for other fellow physicians or pharmacists, transmitting formulas and recipes to synthesize simple medicines. Next slide, please. Okay. Here we're gonna expose some of the research findings that we have gathered within the course of this research. Next slide, please. Okay, in the Spanish case of galactology, physicians consulted both Greek and Roman authors, as well as other renowned Arabs, Jewish, and Byzantine physicians, who also, the Arabs, the Jewish, the Byzantines, they also read the Greeks and the Romans. In summary, there were few new shares to galactology. They actually were faithful to the postulates from Hippocrates of Cos, Galen of Pergamon, and Pedanius Dioscorides. Some of our Greek authors are, like I say, Hippocrates of Cos, Galen of Pergamon, Pedanius Dioscorides. The Romans are Aulus Cornelius Celsus, Pliny the Elder. Within the Arab authors, we can name Mesue the Elder, Rhasis or Rhasis, Avicenna, Serapio, Halibas, or Averroes. On the Jewish authors, we have Isaac Israeli the Elder, and last but not least, we have on the Byzantine side, we have Aetius of Amida. Next slide, please. Continuing with the research findings, we have found this. During the 16th and 17th centuries, within the Spanish medicine tractates, milk is described in an ambivalent manner. On one side, we have that milk is recognized as a food substance. Despite being liquid, it's not considered a drink, but rather a nourishment, which composition allows production of blood, creates flesh, mass gain, and it also beautifies the skin. That's on the bright side of what milk consumption could bring. On the dark side, on the other side, consumers were warned that milk will be potentially dangerous for their health since it causes headaches, putrefied gums, stones in the liver or stones in the spleen, and also leprosy. Milk consumption was only allowed for people with no bad humors. It was recommended while fasting in really, really few amounts and also in rare occasions. It was not a food that was supposed to be taken daily. Next slide, please. Okay, now we're going to talk about what we described on the first slides, on this change in milk perception that came in the 18th century. At the beginning of the 18th century, there was an intellectual movement which imposed the rereading and inclusion of medicine treatises from classic authors. They focused their attention on the works of Hippocrates of Cos. During this period, physicians concentrated in the benefits that milk consumption had for the people's health. They also imposed the lactose diets for their patients, which was the suppression of all foods and only drinking milk. Imagine that just a few centuries ago, milk was bad, the milk was not supposed to be taken regularly, and now we have a lactose diet that says that we have to suppress all foods but milk. Okay. Milk was used as a medicine in a variety of sicknesses, including the ones from the liver and the stomach. It was used to treat those sicknesses that will come from the stomach or from the liver. In the field of moral medicine, like I have been introducing, in the field of moral medicine, physicians discussed the right of Catholics to break fasting, but only if they were drinking medicinal milk. So, break the fast was allowed for Catholics, but only the case if they were going to consume milk. Next slide, please. Well, we have came to our summary, and we are about to finish our presentation. During the 16th and 8th and 17th centuries, milk serum was frequently used in the field of medicine. Meanwhile, milk consumption was contraindicated by the physician, unless the patient was in good health. Here we have to be very punctual that milk serum and milk, as is, simple milk, are not the same substance. Okay. Well, towards the 18th century, there was a change in ideas about milk, because physicians took up the postulates from Hippocrates' Galactology. Milk consumption was increased because it began to be used to cure diseases. It was thought that milk maintained a healthy condition. Okay, next slide, please. That will be all from our side. We thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias a todos por su atención.
Thank you very much for the translation, and I understand you'll be helping with the questions after the next presentation when we have the general discussion. So also there's the option of writing the questions in the margin. Some people might be able to understand the Spanish as well, depending. Okay, so I'd like to pass on to the next speaker, which will be Ekaterina Dikova from the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, if I'm not mistaken, and who will be speaking about the saint as food, the torture as medicine, some aspect of Christopher of Mytilene's imagery in his Dodecasyllabic calendar, and its translation into South Slavonic. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll try to share my presentation with you. Can you see it now?
Not yet. We still have this there.
So, Sophia, could you please enable me to share the screen?
I think it's maybe on the bottom left of your screen. It has a share screen.
Yes, but
it's not. Okay.
when I share it, nothing happens. Entire screen window. Okay. Does it work now or still not?
Still not. If you wish, you could send it via email, and I will upload it.
Now I think it will work.
Oh, okay. I think it's, yes, you got it.
Yes, that's it. That's working.
For your patience. A first encounter with the imagery of Christopher of Mytilene's Dodecasyllabic calendar is inevitably shaking as the overall puzzle assembled by the separate verse memories is of a surrealistic picture. A vivid and bright one full of colors, flavors, tastes, smells, and other sensory details. A picture in which the holy martyrs appear before Christ dressed up in garments made of their own blood, or of the water they were drawn in, where makeup of their gore, of jewels, of the tools they were brought to death. Other saints stand out as aromatic plants, incense offerings, or vessels full with consecrated oil, or oil for lamps. Two holy men are the product of unplugged land. San Savas, hanged on a fig tree, bears early fruit, while Antimus, just like Styronitis, bears fruit of virtues. San Theophanes is a grape cluster. Avercius is a honeycomb to the Saviour. Pionius, Lucius, Kyriacus, and Theodulus are like various types of bread. Lavrentius, Philadelphus, and Cyprinus are parallel to fish. Several other saints are better than cooked lambs and calves. Cured, grilled, or fried meat. The rich Antipatros offers a big kurban of virtues, and Bombius is like a sheep milked by a sword from his neck. These are the main, though not all, examples of food imagery in the verse memories from March to August, and I'm going to focus on just two of them in my attempt to reveal the mechanism, the way in which the sensory words work on us, and accumulate information to allow the poet to tell much in few words. These lines are about Avercius, whose torture was to be smeared with honey so that a swarm of bees stings him to death. The first thing to notice is the limitation of poetry that Christopher said to himself. This distich is not just made of two 12-syllable lines. Both of these lines are paroxyton and have caesura either after the fifth or the seventh syllable. Here, on the poetic and the rhetorical level of the text, phonetic and semantic repetitions accumulate meaning, concentrating around certain keywords. Antanaclasis of Vrosis, paronomasia Kyriou, various phonetic alternations. Indeed, every word is related to food, even the polysemic verb prutistemi. We have food not just on the poetic and rhetorical level. Food imagery accumulates both the historical meaning, what exactly happened to the saint, and many biblical allusions. And precisely to the biblical allusions is related the riddle of the text, something Christopher of Mytilene is extremely fond of. I name this intellectual level. From all the occurrences in the Bible, there is only one key to the proper understanding of this verse. This is the moment when Christ's disciples offered him, after his resurrection, a piece of a broiled fish and a honeycomb, after Luke 24:42. And I have to open a bracket here because the modern Greek and English Bibles lack the part with the honeycomb in this particular reference, but I checked several medieval manuscripts and the phrase is still there, as seen in Parisianum Graecum 70 of the 10th century, when we where we read not only Ichthyios or Pumerus, as in the modern versions, but also Kiepo, Melisiu, Kyriou. The same is the situation also in the 14th century Bulgarian Gospel, Utpchel Sut. It is after the solving of the riddle that perceivers come to the emotional level. It is only then that the text arouses not just compassion to the sufferer, but absolute awe of his offering. Translators of this text needed to consider several semantic levels, at least the poetic, the historical, and the biblical one, besides concentrated around certain keywords. So let us look at their decisions of the two Slavonic translations of the 14th century, South Slavonic. Neither of the two manuscripts shows the direct counterpart of honeycomb, which would be sut, a word which wouldn't destroy the rhythmical structure of the verses. In the Vuk manuscript, the word is metonymically rendered with vosk, which is vox, while the other manuscript, Zugrafo, emphasizes on the taste quality of the food, sladka. Even if the entire New Testament meaning is...
Yeah, we still are on the first slide.
Oh.
Yeah, no, so if you couldn't, thanks.
Oh, then I will stop sharing and then... Oh, that's, I'm really sorry, because without it, shall I try to share the PDF?
No, it was okay before. It's just it just needed to move to the next slide. That's all.
But I did move it. I'm really sorry that I caused this.
No, don't worry.
Because it's useless. Without the text, my presentation is really useless. And I just waited.
Maybe try again.
I wasted your time. If I share the entire screen, will it work better?
Let's try.
So can you see now?
Yes.
Anything?
Yes, absolutely. We can see.
Do you see text now?
Yes, we see.
Yes, and I think it works.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so here I underlined the textual counterparts of Kyrion, which are not the words for honeycomb, but in the first case it is the taste, sladka, this word here, and in the second it is vosk, which is wax. So in rendering in such a way, the entire New Testament meaning is lost in translation, and poetic and historical layers are relatively preserved nevertheless, especially in the second translation. But let us turn to the other example of a martyr paralleled to fish. You can see now the verse about Lavrentius, right? Or not? Don Lavrentium.
Yeah, I can see it very well.
Okay, good. This is one of the numerous applications of a nomination in the calendar, a figure which here is based only on phonetic similarity between Lavrentium and Lavraca, the Sibas. Both this imagery and the adnominatio seem lost in translation. But the presence of rak in the Zugraf copy makes it compulsory to consider a probable reconstruction of an initial Lavraka, which might well be retaught as Raka, meaning coffin, treasury box later. In Vuk, the counterpart Ruku designates hand, arm. And it results in a grilled human upper lamp seems odd and may well be related to a copyist error. Yet another explanation is possible, that the naming of the saint, a hand of Christ, has its grounds in both the Vita of Lavrentius and in the Gospels, as hand alludes to charity in both. The Synaxar Vita says that Lavrentius was responsible for the church treasury, and when requested to submit it to the emperor, he gave it away to the poor and handicapped, whom he then brought to the court and said there they were the real treasury of the church. So both hand and treasury box may not be translated so copyist error, but successful translator decision activating the historical and biblical semantic layers of the text to compensate for the deliberately omitted seafood imagery foreign to the Slavonic realm. But let us move to the imagery related to medicine. It is not as rich as the food imagery, yet is similarly striking. Son Veniamin receives spiritual relief from an enema by means of a stake. Athanasius the healer's painful soul is cured by beheading, and the physician Teleleus is cured by the herb of decapitation. Justinus is made to drink conium, and he is about to heal those who made him drink it. Evistion is sent by means of hyssop to the place of no tears, and Styracius, after being cut down by a sword, lets out mind acquirable aroma. The verse memory of Veniamin, who died after a stake was thrust into his bowels, offers a parallel of this deadly torture to some healing cleansing procedure, even though in a purely spiritual sense. It is not entirely clear whether the Slavonic scribe has fully comprehended the text or not. Fortunately, in this case, we have one of the rare occurrences of multiple translation within one and the same codex, because the memory of Veniamin is presented also on the 10th of June, and this second occurrence of the same Synaxar verses is rendered in a different and indeed more successful way. The second rendering is indubitably closer to the original and refers to medicine, vrachevanie. In the other Slavonic translation of under the same date, the healing procedure, or rather the instrument for it, is rendered generally with rondier, even though the analogy is kept. But there is something odd about the overall message conveyed by this distich. It doesn't seem to accumulate any biblical or Christian meanings. Besides, its imagery differs much from the majority of the verses in the calendar. What is more, it breaks the rule of the dodecasyllable, as the second verse is only of 11 syllables. And I hope you'll agree with me that we should reconsider Christopher authorship in this case. And to juxtapose this semantically flat distich with another riddle, in which the name of Saint Styracius is interwoven with the styrax in a beautiful nomination. I want to elaborate on the beautiful and effective way the poetic, historical, biblical, intellectual, and emotional levels interact here. Rather, I'll concentrate on the purely Christian layer, signified by the two derivatives of nous. This notion, so distinctive for the mystical discourse after Dionysius the Areopagite. The same mechanism of compressing information as in the other verses unfolds here a whole mystical dimension, which is even more strengthened by the olfactory sensation. The keyword styrax is rendered as realia by one of the translators, and we could only hope his listeners were well aware of how exactly it smelled. In the other manuscript, however, we come across the relatively rare word "tiask," which could hardly be a name of a plant, as it derives from a root for pressing, and which stays in other texts, also New Testament ones, for either Ipulinion or Linus. The whole imagery changes from therapeutically aromatic to the one of the vessels, and so activates the respective New Testament allusions, some of them related to wine production. This translator's experiment seems to be successful and comes only to prove that he had fully comprehended the mechanism and applied it according to the procedures of the peculiarities of his addressees. And instead of a conclusion, and since we've touched upon the wine imagery, I would like to pose a question that has probably come to the mind of all of us already. And it is, why is there no wine in the imagery of verses in the Synaxarion? Isn't it normal to parallel blood to wine, especially as far as Christian matters are concerned? After all, wine is a crucial Christian symbol and could be easily paralleled to blood because of at least its color. Why is instead the bloodshed parallel to either water or consecrated oil or even milk? Is this an intentional way to depart from the material and dive into the transcendental? Or do we encounter something else here? Something more than that? And is it related to Christ's words? This is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remissions of sins. With this, I'd like to end, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your very interesting paper, and I think with some help from Sofia, we might be able to have a discussion actually, because she was talking about, Sofia, I think you were talking about having a meeting mode.
Yes, I think all of you should now be able to block your cameras and microphones. Please try to do so.
There, let me see if okay, well, we're going to open up the questions, I think, if that is okay. And if you want to, maybe the easiest way, if you have a question, is to indicate it in the chat, and then Sofia can activate your microphone. Maybe that might work. I'd like to open up the questions. I have actually questions for everyone, but I'd like to start with Ekaterina Dikova, if that's possible. I was very curious about your question of the translation of Christophoros Mytileneos, and I was wondering if you could help with the dating of the Slavonic translation. This is sort of, as I'm interested in Christopher Mytileneos, I was wondering when you think he may have been translated. You showed some manuscripts that were 14th century, but yes, I think the translation is earlier. And I was wondering if you could tell me something about the dialect or the type of Slavonic used. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this question. We have two South Slavonic translations, and both are from the 14th century. I showed the earlier manuscripts, but we cannot be sure if these were the prototypes, unfortunately. Concerning the type of the dialect, as one of the translation is thought to be made in a Bulgarian environment, and the other one in a Serbian one. But even the earlier investigators of this issue considered both Bulgarian. Still, a much further study should be done because there are not. I didn't encounter anything morphologically or lexically particularly Serbian, and yet it's already this which we know from the book collection is popular as the Serbian one. I hope this answers your question.
Just to follow up, is it possible at all to connect the language which you've indicated with Ohrid at all, or not really?
The one which is popular as the Bulgarian translation is thought to be made either in Ternavo, which is not at all, it's on the north, or somewhere in Athos. But unfortunately, I cannot answer this question. But after you asked, perhaps I'll be more attentive for dialect words or dialect marks in it. So thank you very much indeed for this.
Well, thank you for your paper. If there are other questions, yeah. Bojana Radovanovic was, yeah, exactly.
Hello, yes, hello. Thank you for this interesting presentations to everyone. And my question is to Maciej Helbig. Maciej, tell us, it's really nice and interesting what you've done, and I'm also personally interested in cooking, and so I find this great. Could you tell me, please, what is the difference between the liquamen and garum? And I know you're a classical philologist, right? So you read, you compare, you do Greek and Latin recipes, or is it just from the Byzantine period? Okay, thank you for your clarifications.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this question, Bojana. Well, first of all, there is no much difference between garum and liquamen. Garum, this is the Greek word. Liquamen is the Latin invention. But garum and liquamen, generally speaking, this is the same thing, fermented fish sauce. If you are interested in reconstructing any Roman recipes from Apicius, you can easily replace it by the Thai fish sauce or colitura di alici. Which is told to be the grandson of the garum itself. Because if you want to prepare the garum at home, it will be rather smelly thing, I guess, because you have to actually fermentate the fish in salt for nearly 2 or 3 months in the sun, and then you will get the proper fish sauce, fermented fish sauce. So yeah, generally speaking, the garum is the Greek. The ancient Greek for the fermented fish sauce. Liquamen is Latin. Now, you asked me if I do any kind of Greek recipes. No, unfortunately, we do not have, we are not that lucky as we are with Romans. We are not that lucky with the Greeks because we do not have any complete text. We have some pieces and some scholars, some classicists really do reconstruct some recipes that are being presented by in Deipnosophistae, for example, that we have some traces. I do mainly Apicius, and as for Byzantine cuisine, not really, because I'm a classicist, I'm not a Byzantologist. So unfortunately, maybe this would be the next step to do some Byzantine cooking, but right now I'm more stuck to the classical period.
Great, thank you very much.
I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you have. Thank you.
Yeah. Other questions for the speakers? I think someone. Let me see. Sean Coughlin. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I have a question for Ekaterina. I think it was one of the last slides about Storax. And I was just wondering what the third term meant, the one that didn't just simply transliterate the term. Like Storax is typically a kind of resin, right, produced by a tree that's burned in incense. And I just couldn't remember. So if you could just repeat it, because I was just wondering what the issue was.
Yes, actually, I think in the original, in the Greek verse, the meaning of the word is related rather to the plant itself, to Styrax, not the resin. And the second translation, this word tiask, it's related to pressing, and it could be either the press or the vessel which is put next to the press that produces some juice. But it's a rare one, and I'll need to do some special research to find out what exactly it is, because there are a number of references, and so yes, but I hope this answers your question, that the root of the word is pressing.
That's right. Yeah, I was just wondering if it was somehow like relating the kind of method of production to the product, if there was something like this going on, because sometimes we'll see things like this, but it wasn't an instance. Thanks.
I don't think so in this instance. Rather, either the translator or his audience were not aware what exactly it is, and therefore he searched for something more familiar and tried to activate another meaning.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if there's other questions in particular, but I can't see raised hands.
Yes, we would like to make rather a comment than a question, Lilia and I. Yeah, this comes from Lilia and I. We would like to congratulate all the speakers gathered here today. We think our research are really interesting and important, and thank you for having us, for giving us your knowledge. We thank you a lot.
Yeah, well, thanks for that encouraging comment. That's all good for all of us, I think. I actually had a question for Gdaniec, for Maciej Gdaniec, about his interest in Philostratos, and specifically the relation with Hippocrates. You said he had followed Hippocratic divisions, for example, saying melancholic people shouldn't really become athletes. So I was just wondering how closely he's following Hippocrates in the relation between the trainer and the athlete.
Can you hear me? Okay. There is not much information from Philostratos about connection Hippocrates and Galen theory with an athletic selection, but it was only few informations, and the most important for him was sanguinic, and there was a few statements, and about melancholic wasn't information. So, in my opinion, that means that melancholic is not much important, and he is disqualified to be an athlete because Philostratos even didn't mention him. So that's my opinion, but I think it's the most probable opinion, and I hope I answered your question.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, there's Ekaterina Dikova.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Maciej Helbig, I'm quite curious. You tried the recipes, but have you tried some of the other prescriptions of how to plant and seed the plants with these procedures with the roses and so on?
No, unfortunately, no. It's rather cold here in Poland right now, so but maybe in the summer I will try to do so. But I don't think I will get any results because here in Poland we don't have such a good climate for melons and stuff like that you have in the Balkans. So, but I can try. It's not a problem. I haven't done this so far, so thank you for that suggestion.
Yes, I have also a question for Maciej Helbig, and I was just curious. This is just for not knowing. You had mentioned the garum and the liquamen, and I was just always curious. Isn't there the name in Greek? I think ancient, but also modern, for small fish called the gavros, the ones that in Greece that they fry, and you eat them sort of for aperitif and all that. So I was just wondering if it's the same thing. I mean, if they just would take lots of these small. I think in English they're called minnows, and
probably yes.
Is that a cousin of what was used for garum?
Probably not, because the garum is simply the fermented fish sauce. So it means that you take some salt, you take little fish, or you take the fish guts, and you cover it with salt, and then you have to ferment, put it in the sunny place for 2 or 3 months, and then the fermentation begins. And after 3 months, you will receive this the sauce. But yes, it might be related, because Greeks and Romans used to use little fish for that. For example, like Colitura dialici used the anchoa, and probably this is the same thing that's been used for now thousands of years in production of this sauce. For example, the Thai fish sauce probably is made in, or the Asian style fish sauce is made in the same way that Romans used to do that. So probably you are right. Maybe it is related, because you are supposed to use not the big amount of big fish, but you are supposed to use tiny fish, or the rests that you have from the fish, and then you are supposed to fermentate this with salt. Imagine just the smell, because in Rome in the villas there were huge factories of garum. So we all think about the antiquity of the beautiful nature, white statues, beautiful acropole, but we tend to forget that they were people. They were factories in ancient times, and just imagine the smell that Rome might have in the ancient times, especially in the places where the garum factories were located. So yeah, you might be right. It might be related.
I've just looked up, Frederick, the Darcy Thompson, the Dictionary of Greek Fish, and Gavros is not listed in there. So I think that Gavros must either be a Byzantine or modern term.
Yes, absolutely. And it's gamma, alpha, epsilon, rho, omicron, sigma, and they seem to have lots of it. So.
Do you know which species is Gavros? Because we can probably work out what the ancient name was.
No, I have no idea. This is where one should either consult or edit Wikipedia to get the right result.
But it's a member of the anchovy family, do you think?
Maybe it's a small it's a minnow. It's a thing you find millions of in the. Let me see if I can.
I would say that it might be anchovies.
No, it doesn't taste like an anchovy. But I'm.
Could it be you get some in English? You have whitebait, which is a.
Yeah, that's it. I think
there's several species of small fish. I think there's very small members of the mackerel family, small members of the anchovy family, probably.
Yeah, well, the Wikipedia, the source of all truth, seems to identify it with the European anchovy. So if you put the Greek page, it gives you Gavros, and in English, it gives you European anchovy.
Right.
So I don't know if that's reliable or not.
Maybe we also can have a look at Cucules. But unfortunately, I haven't it here, the book, I haven't it here at my flat. But next time, maybe I can look it up in my office, and then I'll send you an email.
But the thing is, it's the fish names seem complicated to connect it with I think it's with Christopher Mytileneos. There's someone who is an extremely silent person, and he gets compared with a fish which from the Black Sea. I think it's called a murzul or something like that. It's got a really funny name. I have no idea what the fish is, but obviously there are a lot of complicated names running around.
Does it occur in the Opsariologos?
I don't know.
Maybe that might be a good source. But if it's in it, Cucules will have it. Because it does a very thorough study about Byzantine foods and everything connected to it. And so maybe this might be a way to discover news about this fish.
Yeah, and we'll have to create new recipes.
Yes.
Could I ask? Sorry, Isabel.
And Maciej can try to cook it. So please share your recipes. It was highly interesting.
Not a problem.
Especially the one with the cucumbers. I'm interested in.
I can tell you one thing. Every year at my school when I teach Latin, we have something around 10th of September. There's the International Day of Languages, foreign languages, of course, and I'm the Latin teacher, so I have my little table with the Roman cuisine. And I don't know why, but it tends to be that all the profs, the headmaster, and generally speaking, people from my generation tend to eat more of those cucumbers. Now, my students, like when they hear the fermented fish sauce, like they just run away. It's like unbearable for them. And yeah, but if my intention for this paper was to have a vivid presentation, that I would be talking less about the the food and pieces that I was supposed to feed you, but unfortunately we have the pandemic, so the Roman table is closed. But if you want some recipes, I have already reconstructed something around 35. So if you want something, we can exchange emails, and it's not a secret for me. I will not go to, I don't know, and copyright all of them, because it's not the intention in the science. So we are supposed to exchange our ideas. So if you want something, just give me a hint, and I will send you the message. And for example, tomorrow I will be doing the fish. So if you are available in the lunch break, we can have online fish meetings. So it's not a problem.
Thank you so much. I will share my email with you.
I think cucumbers are very popular in Poland, aren't they? But as I understand it from Sean Coughlin, the ancient cucumber is a different sort of thing altogether, which may not please the Polish students so much. Sean, can you comment?
Exactly.
Can you remind me?
I have to defer to Laurence on this stuff, because this is where I learned most of the things about cucurbits. But I do know from Laurence that there's these many different families, but the squashes and zucchinis, these are all New World cucurbits, and that the ones that they had, it's not even clear whether the sicuos that we see in Greek sources is actually what we consider to be a cucumber, or if it's something else. There's actually quite a bit of debate about when sicua agria and sicua pepon became associated with the fruit that we now do, and that they might have been a kind of gourd, like a snake melon or something like this earlier, which might make a bit more sense. Not an actual cucumber, but something more in a gourd family.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you had in mind, John?
Yes, that is what I had in mind, and I was wondering how those cucumbers and indeed garum appeared in Byzantine texts. Now, how we can take these ancient things through the Byzantine Greek world to somewhere closer to the plants that we now have. What did the Byzantine cucumber look like? That's what I'm wondering. Which botanical family did it belong in?
Well, that's the question, I guess. For I wish we had a botanist here, but unfortunately we do not have a botanist amongst us, because we would need to ask someone who is actually dealing with the history of botany, history of plants, and actually it would be nice to have an archaeobotanist amongst us. I'm not a biologist and a botanist myself. My PhD was interdisciplinary, and I had a second tutor, a botanist, so she helped me a lot. So I have a tiny bit of knowledge where to look for the pieces of information. But now, when you want to find anything about the crop plants, I think that the book edited back in the 1976 by Simmons, Evolution of Crop Plants, might be useful for all of us, because it presents the knowledge in a quite, let's say, for us, bearable way, because it's not too very botanized, let's say. But it's back 1976. We already have 2021, so few things have already changed. For example, the classification of Liliaceae that are completely right now a different family. The onions are in the leek is in a completely different family, and garlic. The new edition, I guess, was made or edited back into 2018, but it's like extremely expensive. It costs like several hundreds of pounds of Siemens. So I don't know if I could ever afford that. So yeah, there is a book. The problem is, for example, with Jonathan Roberts, there is I have a Polish translation, but the original, it was something about cabbages in the title. This is nice to look for. However, Roberts does not give any references to the ancient or Byzantine sources. He just says that Pliny the Elder said that the cucumber, for example, or leek, that different kinds of celery, and that's it. No reference at all. So you have to, you already have a piece of information that, okay, so Pliny says, so let's check out what Pliny the Elder says about celeries. And this is when the investigation starts. And believe me, it's not an easy job, and it's always nice to have a botanist, a friend that is a botanist, a scholar that will keep you in the right place, right spot. Because, for example, I was using in my PhD as a reference Sandro Pignatti di Flora d'Italia. And my second tutor told me that, okay, so I checked it, and you have to correct like a couple of hundreds of things because Pignatti is old, because it's edition from 1986, and we already have some changes in the classification. Plant taxonomy is so fluent. It's so like, there's a discovery by discovery, and as John has already said, what is the ancient cucumber? Well, the easiest way is to say that, okay, it might be a Cucumis sativus, but of course it will not be, because, in the ancient times, the fruits and vegetables we have right now did not look or even taste like we have today. The biggest example would be the watermelon. We are used to the big red watermelons with tiny seeds inside, but still we don't like them. So what would be the reaction if we ever tasted the watermelon from the 16th century AD, which wasn't that red and wasn't that sweet? So the way we cultivate, the way we produce the food changes everything. And yeah, it is a question, huge question, which is which and who is who in the ancient botany, in all the references that you're trying to make and trying to reconstruct. And the problem is even bigger when you try to deal with, as I did with Virgil eclogues in my PhD, trying to identify all the plants that are making actually the literally environment of the pastoral poetry. And you really have to know exactly what is around to know how Virgil creates the world, the inner world of the pastoral poetry. And you are not able to answer 100% like Selinon or Selinum, this is a celery. Actually not, because it could be parsley, it could be anything that resembles to the celery. Actually, my tutor once told me that when she took her students to a botany session outside the university in search of a vivid search in vivo, in situ, somewhere in Upper Silesia, they took the so-called phytobotanical photography, which means that you just take the picture of the place that you are supposed to investigate, and you do the first researches, which plant is in which habitat, where it lives, and which is which. So many things that are, this is a parsley, and later on, when you do the further investigation, it shows up that it's not even related to a piazza. It's not even a parsley. It just looks like parsley. So this is the problem. You have to be a bit of botanist, and it's always nice to have someone from the botanical or biology faculty of biology to help you when you do those researches. I was very lucky to have that help for nearly 10 years. So. At least I know where to find some pieces of information, but believe me, I have no idea what some terms mean, what they do, and I'm really overwhelmed with the fluidity of the discoveries in botany and how fast we need to buy new botanical books. The systematic botany book that I used to use, it's already out of date. And it's the edition from 2010. It's like gone.
This must be the problem when you're looking at the Geoponica. That must be a problem throughout that work. Exactly what is being discussed?
Exactly. And you are talking about the ancient text from 6th century and trying to put some frames of the modern world, and it seems that, okay, maybe, probably it is, it might be. You are never 100% sure what you are talking about. Unfortunately, because it's the perfect situation. Yes, this is the cucumber, and this is the Sicyon or Sikios from Geoponica. No, it's not. Probably not.
Yeah, just to add a sort of footnote, I was wondering, have you worked on the comparison? I mean, have you done much work on the comparison with Simeon Seth in the 11th century? Not just to see the earlier part, the Geoponica sources, but to see also later developments, because is there an overlap of the different things there, or?
Unfortunately, I'm not a Byzantologist. I'm just a simple classicist, and I'm usually stuck into the classical period. So I would have to
There's always time to convert.
yeah, exactly. This is the thing that I'm always said, that it's time to convert. But in my case, a conversion from classicist to a Byzantologist is rather hard, because I'm so stuck to the literature and the poetry, Augustan poetry, Virgil, and the Latin pastoral poetry, and I don't want to lose that. But on the other hand, there's so much Geoponica, and saying the word field of experimenting, experiencing, and field of research. Exactly. I think it's worth converting a little bit, or for a while, to Byzantium itself. Yeah, I haven't investigated something for the modern Geoponica, unfortunately. Sometimes I think medicinal texts from 12th century, maybe, but usually, as I told you, I'm stuck to the classical period. So.
Actually, I had a brief question I wanted to ask to Lilia Isabel, if that's possible, with the help maybe of Emiliano. I'm not sure how we do this. Because you had talked about the change in Galactology from the 17th to the 18th century, and saying that in the 18th century there's a greater interest in Hippocrates, or better, there's a change in attitude towards milk. That refers to the Spanish Empire specifically, and what is it caused by? Is it new books that are arriving, or is it new studies, or is it a combination of many factors? Sorry for my ignorance.
Oh, okay, I will translate and I will give you the answer. Maestra Lilia, nos pregunta Friedrich que el cambio que mencionamos en la galactología del 17 al 18, eso Hipócrates, que si tiene que ver con que si es solo en el reino de España, y que si tiene que ver con la escritura de nuevos libros, que de dónde viene este cambio en la percepción que se tiene de la leche.
No sé si me escuchan ahí. Emiliano, ¿sí me escuchan? ¿Me escuchan? Sí,
sí, te escucho fuerte y claro.
Buenos días, muchísimas gracias. Gracias, buenos días, muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias por el panel, está muy interesante. Bueno, pues yo creo, aunque todavía no termino de corroborar esta hipótesis, pero creo que el hecho de que no quisieran tomar leche en el siglo XVI y XVII se debe a la influencia de que leían literatura de los médicos árabes, y los médicos árabes no estaban muy a favor del consumo de la leche. Después, en el siglo XVIII, dejan de leer a los árabes y entonces empiezan a leer, ahora sí que regresaron a los clásicos. Leyeron otra vez a Hipócrates, volvieron a leer a Galeno, a Dioscórides, pero solitos, y entonces como que ya comprenden la galactología sin la mediación de los árabes. Y entonces es cuando ya empiezan a tomar verdaderamente leche y empiezan a darle todo lo que decía la galactología clásica, que la leche era importante como medicamento, y tomaron de hecho muy en cuenta, y lo tomaron casi al pie de la letra, tomar
Maestra, por favor, repite eso, se está cortando.
Y esa misma tradición la trajeron a la Nueva España. Y entonces, en España, en Portugal y en América, se comenzó a tomar leche en el siglo XVIII, siguiendo la tradición clásica.
Perdón que le interrumpa, pero va a ser necesario que nos repites otra vez, porque se cortó. Última parte. Por favor.
Ok. Yo también tengo problemas acá con el internet. Al seguir la tradición clásica de la galactología con Hipócrates y con Galeno, lo que pasó es que asumieron que la leche era buena y esas ideas se llevaron también a la España, a Portugal y a la Nueva España. ¿Sí, Emilio?
Sí. Okay. Okay, thank you. One moment, please. Okay. To answer, Frederick, I'm hoping I'm saying this correctly. Okay. Okay. Lilia is saying that while in the 16th and the 17th century, the people were reading, the Spanish people were reading literacy regarding milk from the Arabs, which the Arabs were not in favor of milk consumption. At the beginning of the 18th century, they stopped reading the Arabs. They go back to the classics, to Hippocrates, to Galeno, and then they understand on their own comprehension of galactology, and say, okay, it's good to drink milk. They start drinking milk, they start using milk as medicine, and they almost go point by point with the classic theory of galactology, and this spreads through Spain, Portugal, and also the New Spain Kingdom.
Perfect. No, thank you very much. That's very clear. Yeah. Okay. Other. Yeah.
I was just saying you are quite welcome.
Okay. So are there other questions? Because we're now reaching towards the end of this session, I think. So I don't know if there's another question. This is last chance. No? Okay, well, I would like to thank you all very much for taking part in this session and also for developing the lively discussion to complement the very interesting papers we had today. And I look forward to seeing you in the next sessions. And also, I'd like to ask Sofia to take over somehow, because I'm not quite sure how it works from this point on. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot, and stay safe. Take care of you guys. It was a pleasure to meet you here.
It was a great pleasure.
Muchas gracias. Muy interesante. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Lilia. Gracias.
Buenas tardes.
Gracias.
Buenas tardes de nada. Gracias.
Hasta luego a todos.
Suggest maybe 10 minutes break?
Yes, of course.
Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay. We can do so, I think.
Okay. No.
and you will connect us so that we can start our
paper.
Yes, I think that's the most manageable solution. So you can take your time, and Adelina also can take her time to dial in again. And the next presentation is by Thomas Daiber, and Thomas Daiber is affiliated at Gießen University, Justus Liebig University in Gießen, and he's professor of Slavic linguistics and cultural studies. And his main research areas are linguistics, morphosyntax, text linguistics, and philologia sacra and cultural history. So please, Thomas, the floor and the screen is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Isabel, for introducing me. So kind. And now I'm trying to share my screen. You know, this is not easy because
It looks good. Oh, it looks good? Perfectly good. So start right away.
Thank you. Well, I am concerned with a passage from the Old Church Slavonic Vita of Saint Kirill, where I found a hitherto not identified quotation from Galen, and I wonder how body and soul are related in a Christian context, especially in this Vita. The Cyrillic text is this. We are talking about chapter 11, sentences 13 to 18. I call this the normalized text because I have the text suffers from serious reading variants, and I think these are the most probable readings, but I will just go on to the English translation of Cantor and White, which I allowed myself to somehow adapt. The philosopher then said, this means the philosopher is in a dispute with the Jewish Chazars, and he and his Jewish interlocutors are disputing the question, the very question, you could say, how can mankind re-enter paradise? Which religion shows the right way to re-enter paradise, Jewish, Islamic, or Christian? And in this context, the philosopher comes up with these arguments. If harm were to befall someone who ate honey or drank cold water, and a doctor comes and says to him, eat more honey and you will recover, and to the other one who will have drunk the water, he says, drink your fill of cold water and stand naked in the frost and you will recover. But another doctor speaks otherwise and prescribes the opposite treatment. Instead of honey, drink something bitter and fast, and instead of cold drinks, something tepid and warm yourself. Thus, which of these two treats more skillfully? They, the Jewish, all answered, the one who prescribes the opposite treatment. For it is fitting to put to death lustful sweetness with the bitterness of life, and pride with humility, treating everything with its opposite. And we also say the tree which is first to put forth a thorn will be last to bear sweet fruit. And again the philosopher answered, well spoken, for Christ's law reveals the austerity of a godly life, which later in the eternal dwellings brings hundredfold fruit. I have underlined all the words which I think are allusions either to biblical passages or to Galen. Everything points to Galen, especially that the opposite has to be treated by its opposite, which is the normal maxim, supposedly from Galen, contraria contrariis curantur. And if it comes especially to the context of honey, this is a quotation from Galen's book on the powers of foods, book 3, where we read, "For the honey turns to bile easily in a hot body. It is more sweet to a cold body, whether it is so disposed through age, illness, or nature." So you see, if I go back, the honey thing directly refers to Galen. But there are more quotations to find here. The first is, "To put to death lustful sweetness," which the Jews are saying. I will go back, that you see it here. The Jews are speaking. They use the term "to put to death lustful sweetness," which goes back to nekosete, the Greek formulation, and this is literally translated into Church Slavonic as umyrtviti, and is a quotation from Colossians 3:5, "Mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth." So the Jews are using a very Paulinic formulation, which shows that this discussion of Kirill with the Jews maybe have some fictional elements. Then the next thing which I couldn't really identify, but I think it's an allusion, is the speech of a tree. You know, the tree first it has a thorn, but then it bears sweet fruit. In terms of paleobotany or ethnobotany, you would think at Sisyphus spina Christi, which is a tree adored in the Middle East by Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike. Maybe this is an allusion to Galen. I could not identify because Galen has many notions of trees with thorn and fruit, and I was not able to find a literal equivalent. So this is maybe an allusion, but no quotation. The next thing is a quotation, of course. 100-fold goes back to Matthew 19:29, "And everyone that hath forsaken houses shall receive 100-fold and shall inherit everlasting life." And the law, Christ's law, of course, goes back to Galatians 6:2, "Fulfill the law of Christ." So our passage is full of biblical quotations and one quotation from Galen. And the quotation from Galen seems to work like a methodological analogy. We should ask ourselves what this means. In a Christian context, the thorn, of course, of the tree is something else. I want to point to Ambrosius, which is likely one of the most read authors, church fathers by Kirill himself. Ambrosius occurs, in my opinion, sometimes in Vita Cyrilli. And Ambrosius is talking about the place where you get 100-fold fruit. This means the place from Matthew. And then he continues, "Hedge in them this possession of thine," the Christian vocation. "Hedge in them this possession of thine," the Christian vocation, "and close it with thought, guard it with thorns. That is, with pious care, lest the fierce passion," and so on, "carry off its vintage." So the thorn in Christian interpretation is not a threat to the bodily health, but a help for mental health, or a help for the health of the soul, because with the thorn we guard our thoughts that we do not sin. A second time in Vita Cyrilli, when we read about the analogy how to treat the body and how to treat the soul, it is in chapter 9, where we read, from whom can mankind, having come to perdition, further await to receive renewal, if not from the very Creator itself, himself, sorry. And then the Creator is compared to a doctor, which also has a biblical grounding. Christ is the real therapist, the real doctor of our soul. So if I come back to this quotation, you see it is full of allusions or quotations from the Bible. Even the Jews use words from the Bible, and within that we have embedded the quotation from Galen. What does this mean? Both times the allusions to physical therapy occur in the context of the original sin. As I said, the first is within the dialogue where the Jews and their Christian interlocutor discuss how to re-enter paradise. This means how to come back where they have been expelled because of the original sin. The second time, it's also from whom can mankind expect salvation. This means salvation from the original sin. And now we have to ask ourselves, are the allusions to physical therapy only meant as an analogy, or are they meant as a real remedy? If there would be an analogy, it would sound like the body is treated, so shall the soul be treated too. And if it is a real remedy, then it means when the body is healed, the soul is healed too, or otherwise, when the soul is healed, the body is healed too. We should be ask ourselves, what can be healed after all, body or soul? And how can they heal after all? Our very best place is now Vita Cyrilli 15, sentence 10, the question of the vermin. This is a real difficult place in this Vita, also suffering from much reading variance, but also from bad interpretations. Allegedly, the Bavarian clergy had said, all reptiles are the creation of devil. If one kills a snake, he will be absolved by 9 sins. This I cannot discuss here in detail. I will speak about that or write about that in the next volume of Kyrillo Methodiana. But the background is this. The vermin is caused by our sins, because in the Middle Ages, without having any method to study the coming to existence of these little animals, they thought the vermin would origin sine concubito, it would appear out of nothing. And if a body decomposes after its death, you see the vermins. So the Middle Ages thought that the vermin would be caused by sin. The vermin would be the daughter of the devil, and the devil is infecting mankind. the devil does it that way, that he puts sinful thoughts in us, and if the body decomposes, the sinner shows its sinfulness by having vermins in the death flesh. So the relation between body and soul is not just there is an earthly body and a holy soul, or a mortal body and an ever-living soul, but it is that the soul lives in a body and the body suffers if the soul sins. Sin is infecting the body and creation vermins in it. This is the guide to understand how the quotation of Galen is used in Vita Cyrilli. The body is healed when the soul is guarded by thorns, as we have heard, from infection. And Galen is taken literally. If we have as remedy of the original sin Christ, then if we take it serious, our body also will be healed. The soul is the guidance to corporal health. I want to stress this, that we not only have in Vita Cyrilli a quotation from Galen, but that this quotation is embedded in a Christian context and should be understood in this Christian context. Like Young 2005 had stressed, the connection between body and soul in the antique philosophy would have been one of a despise of the body from the view of high philosophy, the eternal soul and the mortal body and so on. But we see in Vita Cyrilli that the connection between body and soul is more complex. The body suffers if we sin. So Christ is, in accordance to the Bible, the true healer, because he heals as a sinless man the sinfulness of mankind. He is the direct opposite, and there is the place for the Galen maxim. But it is thought in a Christian context, which is expecting bodily resurrection. So this was my take on body and soul in Vita Cyrilli. Thank you for your audience.
Thank you, Thomas, so much for your highly interesting presentation. And please make sure everyone to make notes or remarks to put it in the general discussion at the end of our panel. So now my question goes to Adelina and Margaret. Are you ready now? Adelina, is it now possible for you to share your presentation, or shall we wait a little bit? Adelina, Margaret, could you hear me? Or Sophia, could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. But
you hear me, Jan? What about Margaret and Adelina?
We were trying to fix the problem. I think we are close to it. Professor Angusheva, could you try? This button has moved to the center of the screen. It's still in the bottom. It looks like it looked in this AV pod. We have
Okay, so you don't need to see me. So don't, and again, apologies for this delay and for the technical problems. But thank you so much for the help. So shall I say dzień dobry, and thank you very much for organizing this very, very interesting conference with brilliant papers and so much interesting thoughts and ideas. So our paper, you can see the title on the screen. We'll just note few things, and so we probably can continue with that on the discussion, and of course we'll expand that in our publication. From a very early times of the human history, eatable ingredients, be they fruits, vegetables, meat, or natural products such as milk and honey, were used not only to sustain human life, but also as a cure in case of illness or injuries. Well, one could see nourishing and healing as coinciding to an extent in their role. The methods of their production and resources applied in them had too very often overlapped. As they followed, shaped, and further shared common concepts and technologies. This fact may betray a long-lasting and complex history of the development of curative practices vis-à-vis food production, with the recognition that specific ingredients may both nurse and mend. For the medieval period too, the formula to nourish and to heal in equal measures describes not only the miraculous capacity of the Christian faith, holy text, and sacred topoi, but also expresses inherent medical philosophies and practices. Speaking of medieval medicine, we of course have to take into account that the medical texts constitute a heterogeneous group, both by their design and their origins. They include a variety of formats, from medical treatises and discourses to herbal remedies, incantations, from Christian anthropology to magic rituals, prognostications, dietary regimen, and instruction for curative manipulations. In Europe and in Balkans in particular, they present a cross-fertilization between ancient Greco-Roman and Judeo-Christian heritage. A striking comparison between the texts belonging to the Greco-Roman medical tradition, translated in the Middle Ages into Arabic on the one hand, and into Slavonic on the other, shows a very little interest in ancient medical discourses and in the text of the medical authorities of antiquity and their Byzantine counterparts among the medieval Slavs, unlike the Arabs. Although, with very few exceptions, the texts dealing with human health in Orthodox Slavic cultures up to the 16th century present translations or compilations from Greek sources. Some of the Western and in particular Latin medieval works found too their ways to the Orthodox Slavonic cultures, as for instance the manuscripts 517 from the Hilandar monastery at Mount Athos, which is mostly translated from Celeritan medicine. But here you can see all the types of the medical texts known among the Orthodox Slavs. Almost all of them are translated from Greek, including the magical practices, incantations, etc., etc. Despite the fact that the medical texts that penetrated Slavonic milieu are not so numerous, we see here a cultural transmission and adaptation of enormous scale, thus making medical knowledge, no matter how insufficient, one of the few areas in which ancient Greek heritage became known in the medieval Orthodox cultures. Many of the extant early Slavonic works could be traced back to the various Byzantine sources, including medieval reworking of ancient Hippocratic corpus, Galen and Dioscorides. And of course, here we have to bear in mind that we are dealing with excerpts from reworks of ancient medical authorities. Texts that, for instance, Galen's Therapeutic to Glaucon were neither known nor distributed on the scale that, for instance, Boris Valianatos recently described. Yet, for the Byzantine tradition. Yet the Slavonic materials are particularly important to be explored as an area of cultural transmission and interpretation of Greek legacy. Therefore, in this paper, we will focus on relatively large corpus of about 100 herbal remedies from Byzantine and Slavonic sources of medieval and post-medieval times in order to explore the application of cooking methods and edible ingredients in the Balkan healing practices. Balkan Slavs in general were apt translators, but were they able to present correctly ingredients and procedures that remedies required? It should be also mentioned that unlike in Byzantium, there is no medieval cookbook preserved among the medieval Orthodox Slavs. So there is no immediate relevant Slavonic sources of instructions for food production with which the healing recipes used in the Slavic context could be compared. As could be expected, many of the practices applied in food preparation will also be used in the production of medicine. Using just one raw material only, not in a combination of any kind, is a very rare. Healing recipes, which suggest raw materials, often present a mixture of one or more elements, but use of raw products is not an exception in these collections. The main technologies which could be detected are, as you can see on the screen, the mixing, boiling, grinding, soaking, or washing before use, baking, sun drying, for sometimes with different functions, etc., etc. But these, what you see on the screen, these seven types of technologies that are shared between the food production and medicine are the main one that one could find in the collections of recipes. The boiling and grinding are the two most often applied techniques known from the ancient and medieval sources used in food preparation and medicine production. However, the data that we could accept from our sources should be only tentatively accepted, as experienced practitioners may have omitted some of the steps of medicine or food preparation as self-evident for them. So we should be very careful when we are analyzing our data, because what we have in both Greek and Slavonic written recipes may not be all that the instruction requires. At the same time, a number of conclusions could be drawn from the fact that these two practices are so often applied. They clearly show the common understanding that manipulated ingredients, grinded, boiled, are better digested and assimilated and are more effective in a case of illness, and perhaps are less likely to cause indigestion or infection or poisoning because of the thermal treatment. The earlier Balkan Slavonic collections of herbal remedies the earliest Slavonic collection of herbal remedies written possibly in the 11th century in Glagolitic script, Vrachba Kosmina, the healing of Cosmas, boiling and grinding and sprinkling the ingredients are the key for the preparation of almost all recipes. Many of the instructions involve drying or mincing the plant and boiling it in wine. In most of the cases, the author of The Healing of Cosmos prefer wine to water as the main liquid for the preparation of potion. When it comes to use of one single ingredient, a recipe for gum inflammation suggests grinding Ceranea roots, normally used as a spice, to be sprinkled on the gums. Similarly to The Healing of Cosmos, the Iatrosophy, a Slavonic translation of a late abridged and distorted Byzantine version of Galen's work, preserved in the Serbian 15th century manuscript 462 from the library of the Hilandar Monastery in Mount Athos, and here quoted with thanks to the monks of the monastery and the Hilandar Research Center in Ohio State University. The potions prevailed among the discussed cures. In the process, water, so in the Iatrosophy, water served as basic liquor, while the wine is mentioned only in one recipe against hemorrhoids. The version of Iatrosophy displays a far greater variety and complexity of medical technologies than The Healing of Cosma or the later curative manuals. In fact, in the relatively short text of Iatrosophy, all available types of medications are presented: potions, fumigations, pills, poultices, and suppositories. They include not just the soaking or boiling of ingredients, but multiple manipulations carefully explained in the manual. In Iatrosophy, the Iatrosophy describes in details the preparations of the stomach cleansing pills, called in the text the pills of Galen, as well as almond milk used as a prophylactic for intestines. The pills of Galen present the cross area in which herbs such as aloe, spices like saffron or aniseed, and otherwise non-edible ingredients like a sweet acorn are treated as if ingredients for food preparation. The recipe instructs us to take up to six grains of each of the above-mentioned components and to grind them in as if flour, jako brašno, then to mix it with the juice of wormwood, Artemisia absinthium, and to sun-dry. These cleansing pills should be taken after a day of fasting or abstaining from dinner. However, the recipe does not disclose how wormwood juice is produced, so it is presumably a common practice. It is very important to point out that many of the remedies in these collections treat food ingredients as a base to which specific medicinal herbs or spices are added. Some recipes, however, consist entirely of edible products. For instance, the above-mentioned remedy for strengthening the intestines in Iatrosophy starts with what a Mediterranean housewife would use in preparation for Easter bread. 30 almonds or more are soaked in hot water in order for their skin to be peeled off. The almonds are then levigated to a liquid paste, filtered through a thin linen, mixed with sugar, boiled and left to cool. It should be taken every morning. As we can see, the medicine is produced in 5 steps, undiscriminable from the production of a kind of an almond sweet. Yet, we should not at all doubt its efficacy. And as you can see, it has 30 almonds have a very high percentage of calories, fat, proteins, and fiber. Iatrosophy also records ointments entirely based on mixture of edible products such as honey or raw sugar mixed with almond oil, olive oil, or butter. Both healing of Cosma and iatrosophy suggest suppositories in case of constipation and hemorrhoids. In healing of Cosmas, they again are prepared from food ingredients, boiled salt or with honey. Unlike it, in iatrosophy, the recipe is based on medicinal non-edible primrose roots and even mercury and edible ingredients such as egg and salt. Not untypical of the ancient medical discourses, the healing practices often thrived on virtue of magic. The recipes for incurable wounds in iatrosophy, for instance, involve practice in employing magic numbers. The roots of a berwolf, Aristolochia, have to be washed 7 times, then dried, mixed with honey, and finally applied to the wound. If we look for rarities, we should mention that very rare one could detect in the recipes frying as a method. One of the few instances in which frying is mentioned is the recipe in iatrosophy against intestine infections, literally rotting of the entrails. This is what the recipe said. It prescribes quinces to be fried with honey and eaten. The use of the quince for stomach complaints is attested even in the post-medieval sources. A more elaborate recipe for stomach pain and against oral or anal blood discharge could be found in a late 18th century collection of curative memories from the National Library in Sofia, number 798. According to it, one should take quince, smash it so that it produces about 50 grams of juice, using the Turkish word for juice, çorba, mixed with cinnamon. Up to 3 grams from the potion should be taken in the morning and in the evening. Naturally, the late recipe is more detailed and contains measurements. Another instance of application of frying is the recipe for hairy growth from Serbian miscellany known as Huduški zbornik from about 1500, kept in the National Museum of Prague. The above-mentioned Hudush miscellany is particularly important for understanding the continuities between the medical practices in the Balkans in medieval and post-medieval period. As we have previously observed, many of the recipes attested for the first time in this Slavonic miscellany were subsequently copied in Balkan Slavonic post-17th century remedy collections called lekovnici or lekarushi usually. Thus, in turn, more recent codices could be used to restore deleted or destroyed places in Hudush miscellany, as the example on the slide. The recipe in the manuscript 407 from the National Library in Sofia does not specify whether the condition, loss of hair, concerns a woman or a man, but the late Bulgarian codex help us to understand that the partially preserved word in the Hudush miscellany is Agrostema gitago, corn cockle. The recipe prescribes a mixture of bay leaves, bay leaf oil, fried corn cockle, which have to be lubricated on the scalp. The archaic features such as infinitive, age, etc., in the language of the more recent manuscript 407 point at the use of an old source. The connections apply not only to the Slavonic but also to the Byzantine and post-Byzantine materials, as the Greek sources of almost all the recipes from the Hudushki Zbornik could be clearly identified as, for instance, these remedies about the cure of the ear when blood is coming from it, when droplets of blood are coming from the ear. According to the first remedy, so on the one side you have the Hudushki Zbornik, on the other side you have a manuscript that is from 1930s, so-called the Cretan healer's book. The healer is Nicolaus Constantinos Theodorakis from Merona, and he for many centuries had collected recipes and finally put them in one body. The collection was studied recently by Patricia Clark. So, according to the first remedy, juice of leek should be applied, while the second suggests that the lees from a good wine should be warmed and dropped in the ear. Again, the Slavonic source do not inform the reader or the practitioner about the mode in which the leek juice should be extracted or produced. But again, here we could see a continuous use of curative recipes, both in Greek and in Slavonic milieu, lasting for many centuries. Of all the South Slavic medical collections, it is only the Theosophy that is keeping with the tradition of the late Hellenistic curative manuals, containing recipes based on Mediterranean plants, while in the rest of the medieval South Slavic manuscript, references is given to plants from continental parts of the Balkans. Iatrosophy is also the earliest source with the largest number of Greek loanwords used to designate various ingredients, but also parts of the body. In the 16th century collections, both local herbs and exotic plants and ingredients are mentioned. The supposed medicinal qualities of chemicals such as mercury, sulfur, various salts, often used by ancient physicians, are relatively commonly employed in medieval medicine and are also attested in South Slavic sources, particularly from the 17th century onwards. We already mentioned the use of almonds, quince, leek, but also onions, lettuce, and other vegetables are applied in many recipes. So is red meat, rabbit, various kinds of birds, including such as swallows and sparrows, which are used for food, but not if could that be avoided. Here we should also point out that fish is mentioned in more Greek recipes, as should be expected, than in Slavonic, and as a whole, fish rarely appears in Slavonic healing practices and instructions. The simple use of organic products without any further manipulations constitute almost negligible part of Byzantine and Slavonic healing recipes known to us, about 5%. In the 17th century, the percentage slightly increased, possibly under the influence of folk medicine, in which such practices had been long in use, but the main change that came in this period was the increase of application of all varieties of fat, vegetable and animal. From about 3 to 10% for some Byzantine collections and 3 to 7% in the earlier Slavonic manuals, it now rises to almost 40% for all the recipes. The reason for this is the spread of a different technological pattern. The Ottoman invasion of the Balkans at the end of the 14th century further complicated the picture of technologies and ingredients employed in healing. The cultural diversity of the Ottoman Empire brought new dimensions to already existing practices of creation, acquisition, and adaptation of medical knowledge among the Slavs. While in the medieval period, the ingredients put in a liquid was the dominant practice, in the post-medieval period, a large number of curative creams and ointments became available under the influence of Arabic and Turkic medicine. Thus, although the same medical technologies continue.
Sorry, Adelina. I think I'm very sorry, but I think you should slowly come to conclude.
Yeah. I have only 5. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Although the same technologies continue to be applied, in the 17th to 18th century, the prevailing method shifted from boiling cream production to a technology that was gradually replaced by the preparation of pills. Interestingly enough, fat-based medications were not only applied externally, like balms, but also ingested, thus, in fact, bringing the medicinal technology a step closer to the broader application of pills. Many remedy collections demonstrate this. And among them, another manuscript from Hilander, this time 19th century, 535, in which majority of the recipes is based on fat and oils, including cleansing remedy in which butter and sugar are mixed and taken in the morning. The practice of producing medicine by boiling the ingredients continued long after the 17th century, but wine was most frequently replaced by raki, plum grape, or other spirits. Yet, regardless of the late popularity of spirits, of all the ingredients that could be used purely as nutrition, the wine is the most frequently applied liquid or food on which preparation of medicine were based for all the centuries of the distribution of Greek medical knowledge among the Orthodox Slavs. And to finish, the Slavonic medical recipes follow closely their Greek originals and demonstrated good, at least linguistic knowledge of ingredients and practices, thus contributing to the expansion of vocabulary, cultural hybridity, and everyday technologies. Thus, various types of food, drinks, raw organic materials, and natural products were applied in this extended Byzantine and post-Byzantine longue durée to heal and nurture in equal measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adelina, for this inspiring talk. And I'm sure we will have a little time afterwards in the general discussion to deepen some of your statements and interesting connections between the Slavonic and the Byzantine world. Our next speaker will be Irina Kusidova-Karajinova. And Irina is Assistant Professor of Old Bulgarian Literature at the Institute of Literature at Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Her research interests lie in the field of medieval Slavonic manuscripts, reception of translated non-liturgical texts, gnomic literature, and medieval medicine. And she will speak to us about dietary calendars in the Slavonic tradition. Please, Irina, the screen is yours. Yes, PowerPoint is here. So you are about to start. I'm afraid the PowerPoint is gone and it's just a black screen. Can you hear me?
Irina, please switch on your turn on your microphone. We can see PowerPoint now, but
yes, Irina, please could you switch on your microphone? I'm sorry, but we cannot hear you still. You have to switch on your microphone. We can see your PowerPoint, but we don't hear anything. We cannot hear you.
Irina, please use buttons in. Okay.
Yes, now it's switched. Can you hear us?
Your camera is blocked as well, so we may use it well if you prefer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now it's perfect. Please
And
start.
can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see it. You are now on the fourth slide.
But I don't know how to start my slides.
There is on the right side, on the right edge of the screen, there will be a button, and you can switch it on. You can change it.
Sorry, but I can start. And so
I'm afraid now we have lost it again. Sophia, might you help?
Isabel, could you help me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I sent my PowerPoint to you. Would you check your email and start the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, please send it to Sophia, and because Sophia, she can start it for you.
Okay, just a second.
Please send it to the email of Ceranea to Sophia directly. She will start it.
Okay.
Irina, to which email you have sent your presentation?
Sorry, but my internet connection is slow.
Which address you have used to send your presentation?
Second, please.
So if it is, I might suggest we proceed with Ekaterina, and in between you have time to send it to Sophia and Jan and to get the PowerPoint running. Would you agree?
Yes, I believe. I can find the email of Sophia.
You may use Colloquia Ceranea Uni Lots PL, the official address of the conference.
Okay.
I will check.
Sorry.
Okay, Isabel, I think we can go
Yes,
to the other.
In the meantime, we can proceed with Ekaterina's presentation. Ekaterina, can you hear me, and are you present? Yes, I've seen you in the. Would you start? And Sophia, can you? Oh yes, I see Ekaterina is with us. That's perfect. So.
Hello.
Yes, I
Hello
can
from
see you.
Sofia.
Lovely to see you. So we can start with your presentation and
So can I share my presentation?
I hope so.
Me too.
I hope so. Sophia, can you enable Ekaterina to share her presentation? So in the meantime, maybe I can introduce you. Ekaterina is assistant professor at the Institute for Literature at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. And she holds also a degree in Russian philology, and she is interested in Old Russian and Old Bulgarian literature. And she's also interested in hagiography, history of medicine, as well as non-verbal communication. We are looking forward to your presentation, if it will go running.
Yes, but I can share my presentation too.
Yes.
It's not allowed. It's not allowed to sharing.
This screen sharing button is next to microphone button.
Yes, I see. I put, but I can.
There should be some pop-up window when you click this screen sharing button. And then you have to choose full screen or something in this pop-up button, and then it will be active.
Yeah, I turn on, but it's on red.
It's red. Just click it, and it should work. It is red in usually. There is a pop-up window. You should choose something. If you want to share whole screen, I suppose would be perfect.
Unfortunately, it's. I think it's a problem.
Okay, so we may proceed the same way as we proceed. Irina, you just sent an email to Colloquia Ceranea.
I sent you by email.
And sorry for this problems. Sorry about the problems we have faced.
So to sum up, we have now two speakers not able to present the presentations. To have to send it via email to Sophia and Jan to make it possible. So maybe we shall try the third one. John, maybe could you fit in, and are you able to present now so we can wait for Ekaterina and Irina to have their PowerPoints proceeded? Oh, yes, that's very kind of you. So please, John, if you are with us, I can present you, and then you can... Oh, yes, that looks wonderful. Thank you very much. So, may I introduce to you John Wilkins. He's Emeritus Professor of Greek Culture at the University of Exeter, and he has published many books on Galen and the history of food and drama. And he's currently translating Galen's Simple Medicines for the Cambridge University Press. And please, John, the screen is yours, and I hope we will succeed now. That looks fine. I can see you, and yes, you are unmuted, so please.
Very good. Very good. There we are, Isabel. It's working.
That's perfect. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So please, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you to the organisers for setting up such a fine conference. Now, we've heard many talks today and yesterday about foods and drugs in the Greek, the Latin, the Arabic, the Byzantine tradition. But we need to know a little bit about how they work. There's lots of different opinions, but how do they work? If you look at Dioscorides, he doesn't tell you. He tells you what their properties are, but there is not an understanding of pharmacology, a methodology of how these things work. Galen does this, and I think he does it in a very impressive way in the first 5 books, the methodological books of his Simple Medicines. And that's what I'm going to talk about this afternoon. Now, if I can work out how to change the slides.
Use arrows on your keyboard, please, Professor.
All right, okay. So the first thing is to establish what Galen thinks at the beginning of Simple Medicines. We've got to sort out the difference between a food and a drug. And he says we call a drug whatever has the capacity to produce alteration in our nature. That's to change us from one thing to another. Just as, in my opinion, we call food whatever has the capacity to increase our substance. So food will replace the energy that's been lost in heating the body and you running up and down and looking after your children. Food replaces energy lost, but a drug changes or alters the body. That's a key difference between a drug and a food. So if you think of something like rhubarb or pistachio nuts, they might be a drug or they might be a food. It depends whether they're just maintaining the body or altering it. Alteration is the key thing. Now, the main thing that I'm going to be talking about this afternoon is Galen's notion of whole substance. What does he mean by whole substance? You might think this is a bit weird, but it should become clear at the end of the 20 minutes, I hope. So you remember, a drug is something that changes something. So he says, in addition to these, as has already been said, distinguish food from drug, and remember in relation to what purpose each is described. So what is the drug for? Often they are composed around one substance in line with what I demonstrated. So wheat is just wheat, or a banana is just a banana. That might be the case. But no less, because some act towards each other and are acted upon with their whole substances, while others in respect of one or two qualities. So what he's saying here is, sometimes a drug will just heat you up and it might dry you. So if you're cold and you've been out in the rain, you can have a drug to heat you up and dry you. Those are the qualities he's talking about. One or two qualities. You take a drug and that will sort you out and stop you getting a cold after you've gone out in the rain. But sometimes the drug operates in its whole substance. It's not just heating and drying, it's the whole substance. What does that mean? That's my question. And additionally, you'll see at the bottom of this extract, some are finely composed and others thickly. So the composition of the drug is really important. If it's fine, it will act quickly. It will go through your blood system very quickly. If it's thick, it will move slowly. And that will make a very big difference to how quickly the drug works. So we're dealing with whole substance. Now, before we get back to substance, let's just sort out how Galen thinks that things change. How does an aspirin change your body? Well, in Galen's system, there are four qualities: hot, dry, cold, and wet. And these form, they're proiotetes in Greek, they are qualities, and they are blended into a mixture. And everybody has their special mixture. So Isabella's got a different mixture from me. Every individual is different. And Simple Medicines, the treatise I'm talking about here, is based on Galen's treatise called Mixtures. So he says everything that you need to know about mixtures. I've explained all that in the previous treatise. I'm not going to repeat it. So we're still talking about mixtures. A drug is going to be heating or cooling, is moistening or whatever. We're still talking about these mixtures. And Philip van der Eyck, in a very important paper in 2015, showed that Galen is really interested in qualities. It's a quality that makes the change. We're not really interested in humors. Now, this is obviously a very idea in medieval medicine, in Renaissance medicine, Galen's four humors, but these are not a big deal in Galen's pharmacology himself. In the 2nd century AD, he said humors were very important and linked to Hippocrates, but he did not use them much himself. If you want to alter something in your body, you want to make yourself healthy, qualities are what you need. Humors are not very important. Now, the Greek word for humor, humos, is also the word for flavor. And this is going to play quite a big part in flavors are mixed up with humors. So Philip is right to say it's not a system based on humors, humoi, but it is a system based on flavors, which are also humoi. And the flavors are a subset of qualities. So a drug might be hot, but it will also be bitter. I don't know, almonds. They can be bitter as well as heating. So flavors are a second level of quality. And the point that Galen brings out in this treatise is that mixtures are not sufficient to explain fully how drugs work. They're the main altering framework, but we need to know about the substance as well, and sometimes the whole substance. This gets me back to my whole substance. Now, the basic problem that doctors Dioscorides, Galen, anyone you want to mention has is that it's very hard to agree what a drug does. Everyone's got a different idea. So here Galen's talking, I'm sorry the Greek has come out a bit weirdly. It's something to do with the internet when I sent it to Łódź. Let us now go over the remaining moist drugs. So there's lots of moist drugs, olive oil, water, but he's particularly interested in vinegar. People argue all the time about what vinegar is like. Some say that it's cold, others it's hot. Others grant it has a kind of warmth, others deny it another kind. Rather like those who say that vinegar is dead wine and a corpse. These are all ancient opinions about vinegar. Now, these people say that it has lost the proper warmth of wine and acquired a kind of putridity. So what on earth is it? We've got all these arguments. And Galen says, you don't need to bother with all those other jokers. Just listen to me and you'll get the right idea. You've got to have the right method. And the way you get to the right method is to start off from what you know. And the first things that tell a human being what they know is their senses. So taste this stuff. Taste the vinegar, smell it, look at it, gather your evidence together. And you start from what is clearly evident. He repeats this hundreds of times. Don't come up with some weird abstract idea, some magical idea. Put it in your mouth, taste it, smell it, see what it's like. So any methodology, any theory you develop must come from this original data of your senses. And also don't bother about what the sun is like or what trees are like. We're just dealing with human beings. So we're not interested in what a hemlock might do to starlings. We just want to know what hemlock does to human beings. And we can help to understand what goes on inside us if we look at what goes on outside us. Again, perception from outside the body. If you rub an onion on your skin, it will clean it a bit. It's going to have the same effect inside, is what Galen says. And his most powerful message is that simples are not simple. So vinegar is not a single thing. Water is not a single thing unless you have distilled water in the modern world. So vinegar is more than one thing. That's why everyone argues about it. How do we work out what it is? So here we are again. We're back with substance. This is going to help us out here. Mixtures and qualities are not enough, says Galen. So I just take you again through the underlined bits. Some drugs act towards each other. They have an impact on each other. And some are acted upon. So there's some sort of reciprocal action going on when a drug tries to change your body. And this might happen with the whole substance of the drug, or it might be just one or two qualities, like heating and drying that I mentioned before. It's that underlined bit that I'm going to concentrate on. And you'll remember that the additional bit that drugs are composed of different parts within them. Some are finely composed and some are thickly composed. So hemlock, for example, is thick, pepper is fine, if you want an example. So how do mixtures and substances work together? And this is a quotation from the treatise on mixtures, which simples depends on. This is, Galen says, everything I'm going to tell you, I've already said in mixtures. All he's going to do in simples is to add the substance bit. So we properly call only those things so by capacity. So we say something has a capacity in which their nature reaches completion with no interruption from outside agents. So something has a capacity to heat, you put it in your body heats it up and it acts. The capacity is activated. The proximate materials are already present. So you swallow it, your body heats it up and it acts. It's all ready to go. In all cases, it is clearly what is nearby and with no intervening change, such as you would call blood is flesh in capacity. And it just needs the slightest change to make it into flesh. So that's what he means by capacity. The blood has the capacity to become flesh. And if you said, does bread have the capacity to become flesh? Galen would say, well, that is not the same thing. The body has to change the bread into blood and then the blood into flesh. So in that case, there's an intermediate change. So bread does not have the capacity to become flesh. It has the capacity to become blood. Now, when we're talking about whole substances, the two examples, don't worry, I have this in translation. There were two kinds of thing which are transformed in their whole nature. One is food, and the other one is poison. So Galen, this is from book 5, and he's been saying there's a whole list of drugs with quite powerful actions on the body. And we just come to the end of this. So he says there's a second kind of attracting drugs. These are drugs that draw things out of the body and detoxify it, which draw in through similarity of quality. So the drug acts because it's like the thing in the body, which is nothing other than a similarity of their whole substance. So, for example, if you have too much yellow bile in your body, you can have a drug that is very similar to it, which will draw it out. It's similar in its whole substance, just as what is being nourished draws in appropriate nourishment. So food is altered in its whole substance. And some of these attracting drugs act in a similar way with their whole substance. Among such drugs are all purging drugs and some protective drugs. A protective drug is one that inoculates you against poison. So let us proceed to the so-called protective and antidote capacities. The nature of these two is twofold. The protective drugs alter, and the antidote drugs empty out from the suffering part either the corrupting poison or the poisonous drug. So in other words, you're thinking of taking hemlock. Well, to stay alive, you need to have a protective drug to stop it having an impact. If, unfortunately, you've already taken the hemlock, then you need the antidote, which will empty it out. And both of these act in their whole substance. The first, the protective ones, alter through one or a pair of qualities or through their whole substance. And the second empty out through the similarity of their whole substance and their heat composed of fine particles. So in other words, if we want to know what is whole substance, that is food is transformed in the body in a whole substance. All of your meal becomes blood. All of the meal that the body wants to use, that is. And then in the case of poisons, the poison overwhelms you with its whole substance and you're dead. It stops your body system working. Now, Peter Singer, in an article last year, discussed this idea of whole substance in Galen. He says three principles are at work here. The whole substance accounts for how food and poisons work. But some drugs, the second point is, some drugs have sophisticated properties beyond those of the elements or qualities. So the elements are things like air and fire and earth. And the qualities derive from those elements, their heating and drying and cooling and so on. But they don't give the whole explanation, and that's why we need this idea of whole substance. And then he has a third point, which is some drugs do not follow the theoretical model and they have unpredictable effects. So Galen might need to use this idea of the whole substance, not just for foods and not just for poisons, but also for weird things like amulets and things that a doctor can't account for. So I say here, the second principle helps to explain how vinegar, wine, or olive oil works. The whole substance idea helps to cut through the contradictory phenomena of just the one or two qualities. And the third case, the weird cases that we can't explain, are very, very rare. Peter comes up with two examples: the effect of incinerated river crabs in book 11 of Simple Medicines, and the other one is an amulet. It's a stone that can stop bleeding in the body, and Galen doesn't know how they work. So he says they may be acting with their whole substance. In general, Galen does not use magic. He doesn't understand amulets. But if he can't explain something, he'll say, well, this weird stone must be acting with its whole substance. So here we come to whole substance in Galen. Have I gone on too long, Isabel? Right, okay. The main area of whole substance operating is food. The body totally absorbs the food and it's totally overwhelmed by the poison. So these are the two extreme ends of whole substance acting in the body. You put something in your body, it might be a sandwich, it might be an orange. If it's food, your body will absorb it. If it's a poison, it will kill you. Those are the two extremes of whole substance working. And he talks about these in a number of treatises: natural faculties, mixtures, the capacities of the soul follow the capacities of the... Dear, I've forgotten what QAM stands for. I am sorry. Anyway, the soul is dependent on the faculties of the body. The soul is dependent on the faculties of the body. And in the very late treatise on my own opinions, which he wrote shortly before he died, Galen still talks about whole substance. So it's something he had with him for much of his life, a really important principle. It occurs nearly 20 times in these theoretical books in Simples, and it's linked with drugs having this special sort of substance, fine or thick composition. They're made up of little parts. And these thick and little parts, the Greek is leptomeres and pachymeres, is long established in Greek medicine. It's used in the pre-Socratic philosophers, for example. The air is leptomeres. It's very fine. You can walk through it. He's also very insistent on the whole substance acting and being acted upon. And I'm going to say a little bit about that in a minute. And a really good example of whole substance working is fire. So he says, I've given you the passage here from book 1. If you put dry reeds on a fire, they are completely burnt. The fire is active. It burns up the reeds, but it is also acted upon. It's gained fuel and become more fire-like. So that is dra kai pasque. Excuse me, it's acted and it's been acted upon. And the body does that when it takes in food. It acts on the sandwich, but the sandwich has an impact on it, which doesn't change it. It acts and is acted upon. This is part of the whole substance idea. And now, depending on how long Isabel says I've got left, I'm going to just cut down illustrations to fit in the time.
I think we shall conclude now in a few minutes.
Right, fine.
The other two speakers have
Of course. Yes, fine.
Thank you very much.
So he has various examples. The first one is dealing with poisons like hemlock and henbane. These are very, I won't go into that, but they are an example of whole substance. A second example is in complex plants with opposed qualities within them. And a third example is the action of pungency and biting flavors. And these are hard to separate out, but they act in their whole substance. There are loads and loads of examples. Conclusions. What has Galen done with all this? Well, first of all, he stressed that you mustn't just claim things or read things in books. You must experiment. You need para. Secondly, you must argue in a logical way. You must draw deductions, and you must demonstrate what a drug does through logismos, through reasoning. Don't just say that vinegar's hot. That means nothing. You've got to show. The main agents of change, the way that drugs work, is through the qualities, hot, cold, wet and dry. They are not a sufficient explanation for everything that happens. You need to take account of substance and the fine or thick composition. If you're wondering what a drug is going to do, you can see it acting in plasters. You can put a plaster on your skin. It will deal with a rash or it will help to heal a wound. What it does on your skin will act in the same way internally. That will tell you the impact of a drug when you swallow it. And all of this is Galen trying to deal with chemistry. He didn't know anything about chemistry, obviously. That's a much later idea. But he's trying to deal with the complexity of drugs with these other methods of explanation. And in short, drugs act either wholly, those are with their whole substance, that's the foods and poisons, but normally they act with one or two qualities. They will heat you and cool you or something like that. So most drugs simply act with one or two qualities. You have the extremes of food at one end, which is not a drug, poison at the other end, which is so lethal that it will kill you, and all the other drugs act with one or two qualities and sometimes with their whole substance. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, John, for this enlightening presentation and all these really interesting facts about the substance. And I'm sure we will have to talk a little bit about after. So now we have a problem because we are very advanced in the time due to the technical problems at the beginning and in the middle. And so we have two speakers still, which I really want to do their presentations. And now we have to, I think I'm asking the organizers, but I think we have to add a little time because I think it's really important that we keep up with these two presentations in spite of the technical problems, which did cost us so many time. So if you agree and if all the audience also will agree, we will proceed now, but I will ask the speakers please to keep in their timelines. So we will start with Irina, and Irina, are you fit to do it?
Irina, please switch on your microphone and camera, or that's microphone if you had face some internet connection problems.
Irina's presentation is here.
Irina, please turn on your microphone.
I'm afraid we cannot hear you still.
Okay, we cannot hear Irina.
No, we cannot.
But you have switched. Your microphone is not switched on, turned on. Irina wrote about internet connection problem on the chat earlier, and now maybe we are facing this now. So probably we should change the order once more. And
yes, I think
Ekaterina.
so. Maybe she will succeed with the internet afterwards. So we shall switch to Ekaterina and trying whether she will get a connection.
Ekaterina, please switch on your camera and microphone, and I will just a moment for your presentation.
Okay, here it is. So please, Ekaterina, the screen is yours, and please keep your time. So,
okay, I will try. The idea of medical knowledge and practices, spiritual and physical diseases, and their treatment. And their treatment from the Middle Ages in a geographic manuscript are still efficiently studied, mainly due to diversity of topics. Through the Middle Ages, the archetypal model of the healer was undoubtedly Jesus Christ. This gives a high impact on the hagiographic literature created in Slavia Orthodoxa in 13th-17th centuries. The Bulgarian scholar Stefan Mutafov points out that in the four Gospels there are over 50 cases where healings performed by Christ are specially mentioned. The treatment he provides affects two groups of patients with specified diagnosis, miracle is cured, and treatment of people without specifying the specific method of treatment. From the point of view of modern literature, modern medicine, the patients treated by Christ suffered from diseases mainly from the following four groups: mental and neurological diseases, sensory motor and speech defects, blind people, stuttering patients with a dry hand, pressure or complete paralysis, etc. Other diseases, treatment of bleeding, severe fever, treatment of gout. And the fourth group, resurrections, resuscitation probably from a clinical death. Some of these diseases have their specific terminology, which is described in the gospel text. For example, patients from the first group with mental and neurological diseases are designed as follow. Possessed by evil spirits, mentally ill, including oligophrenics and epileptics. Jesus Christ healed the daughter of Canaanite woman from an evil spirit. Matthew chapter 15, verse 22, 28, and Mark chapter 7, 25, 30 verses. He also exorcised the impure spirit from a man in the Capernaum synagogue. Luke chapter 4, verses 33-35. He exorcised the legion demon from a man in the Gerasenes country, and he restored two demon-possessed men from the region of the Gadarene. Paralyzed people, he heals the paralyzed man in the bed in Bethsaida. Someone else paralyzed man and he also healed the man who had fallen through the roof of the house. And the first group, somnambulism, Jesus Christ heals a lunatic epileptic boy. The diseases from the other groups are presented discretely. The topic of madness, mental illness, and their treatment in connection with the question of the function of the cult of sense in society as a whole is rarely addressed in the researches. Since 1916 in Europe, this issue has been developed within the framework of socio-anthropological research. From the Bulgarian research in this direction in recent years should be mentioned the book Medicine in the Bulgarian Icon Painting by Stefan Mutafov, where the issue of patronage of sense healers over the mentally ill is mainly based on murals and icons. He describes in more detail the places of treatment and the healing procedure themselves, the chains to which the madmen were attached, bathing springs in some of the Bulgarian monasteries. In 2018 one of the latest studies on medical text and knowledge in Bulgaria is Mincho Georgiev's books, All Bulgarian Medicine, which offer a broader view of the medieval Slavonic and in particular Bulgarian knowledge about the human body, its diseases and ways of their healing. Such studies reflect a broader socio-cultural approach to the subject of mental illness and the saints, their healers. They fit into the context of a number of studies of European science, which seeks to reconstruct the anthropological and socio-psychological model of medieval society and the mechanism it has developed to deal with this type of disease. The search is in two directions, to a philosophical understanding of the phenomena and to highlight to the Christian theological basis of their healing. The first direction is very indicative of the works of Michel Foucault, who studied mental illness in detail in his book History of Madness in the Classical Age, tracing from the Middle Ages the science of madness and its connection with the social and physical exclusion of lepers. According to him, after the disappearance of leprosy, insanity begins to take the place of exclusion. In The Birth of the Clinic, an archaeology of medical perception, Foucault continues the line of the history of mentality, aiming to understand how and when the space of disease coincided with the space of the human body. Representative of the second direction in the study of the notion of disease in the Middle Ages is Jean-Claude Larcher, a prominent scholar studying diseases from the point of view of Christian theology and the concept of body and diseases developed in the patristic and the hagiographic texts of the Christian East. As he points, Christian thought has developed a complex concept of mental illness, which identifies three possible causes of their origin: organic, demonic, and spiritual, and they also imply specific therapeutic approaches. He divides madness into three types: somatic madness, demonic madness, and spiritual madness. The madness of demonic origin is caused by the direct intervention of demons. Numerous such cases are presented in hagiographic texts, clearly defined as insanity under the direct influence of one or more demons. In the Christian interpretation, this is a disease, a test of faith. Through the power of Jesus Christ, expressed in the invocation of his name, all demons are cast out. Usually, healers make a cross sign to cast out demons. Also used is oil for rubbing and anointing, and holy water. The laying on of hands is also often used, a traditional form of exorcism, which commands the demons to get rid of. In order to expel the demon, the patient was often tied to a pole with chains. The last kind of madness is madness of spiritual original. If the first type of madness, the cause of the diseases is fallen human nature, for the second the demons, then the third type of madness stems from the free will of man, depression, drooping, and sadness. The first possible cause of sadness is a disappointment of some available or expected pleasure. In this case, healing is done by renouncing carnal desires and pleasures. The second main cause of sadness is anger as a reaction of consequence of an insult. Meeting another person allows for faster healing than loneliness. Prayer, in all its form, is a basic remedy for sorrow, as a psalm singing. There are four main methods of treating depression. The first is that one must fight alone to resist it. Treatment of the disease should be sought in the attitude of man to himself and not to the others. The dropping can be overcome through the second method of treatment, hope. The third remedy is repentance, repentant weeping, and contrition. The fourth cure is that of a labor of hands through physical labor. As a special kind of madness, Larcher brings out the holy foolishness, because the foolishness for Christ actually pretends to be crazy. The main biblical reasons for foolishness to Christ must be found in New Testament. I must note that the phenomenon of foolishness has been studied in great detail. It was fully presented in the research of Russian Byzantine historian Sergei Ivanov through his books Byzantine Foolishness and Holy Fools in Byzantium and Beyond. But in general, they are beyond the specific object of the present presentation of mental illnesses and their treatment in the South Slavonic medieval literature. The focus of my research is the madness of a demonic nature, described both in the translated Bulgarian hagiography and in the original Bulgarian Vita, basically during 14th-15th centuries. The reason for this madness is the demons. But who are they? In different historical epochs, demons have specific transformation of perceptions. In the Homeric age, the demon is an unknown and irrational force that fatally affects human life, causing diseases and natural disasters such as storm. Hesiod, for the first time, creates specific demonology, and according to him, there are mortal regions inhabit the earth. In his interpretation, demons are entirely useful to human beings. They are keepers of mortals and protectors of evil. In the late antiquity, the idea of keeper demon was probably mixed with various magical notions. During the Christian era, saints were the ones who fought fierce battles with demons, both in life and after death, through their relics. But in this research, I will not pay attention to the internal struggle with my own demons, but only to the external struggle, which of course is also part of the healing process. Here is the moment to give a few examples of the exorcism of demons by saints from the translated hagiography from Greek in various South Slavonic manuscripts. If I have enough time, I will introduce you to the healing practice of all these saints.
I will say 5 minutes and then we'll switch to Irina. Okay for you?
Yeah, it'll be okay. I will skip many examples. I would like to show you some examples, but if I have no time, I will show you example of Simeon of Undron's Undro mountain. From his Vita from 14th century from Zograf Monastery. Saint Simeon heals people suffering from various diseases as well an obsessed man with the help of prayer. Даже приведен бъс някой к нему, бяснуешен се и от гол от имени Христове призвав. Знамение възложи и оттудо изгнав, здрава човека отпусти. Different saints use different way of cast out of demons, but because we haven't any time, I just skip the many quotes from different Vita and different saints, and just want to say in my conclusion that all historical stages, diseases initially occupy a middle ground between human life and death. The hagiography text provides extremely detailed information related to the diseases and in particular to the mental illnesses. Of course, it largely transfers diseases of the soul and its healing to a realm of the wonderful. The demon in the Middle Ages was the enemy of man and of the god. He was both an internal and external anti-hero. At the same time, hagiography constantly emphasizes that the saint is a mediator between God and people in their healing. That is why he healed people from both physical and mental illnesses during his lifetime and posthumously through his relics. In the examples I have given, it is clear that healing is carried out through the power of Christian prayer. Simeon of the Undermountain, Hilarion the Great, John of Rila, which is sometimes accompanied by the laying on of hands by the saint of the sick person, Hilarion the Great, or baptism, Eupraxy of Constantinople, anointing with oil, Daniel the Stellite, and sometimes more radical measures are applied. For example, beating with a scepter, Eupraxy of Constantinople, and the demon possessing the pagan can be cast on only by accepting the new Christian faith, Hilarion the Great and Daniel the Stellite. And so thank you for your attention and patience. I hope you can read my presentation in the paper.
Thank you so much, Ekaterina, for your highly interesting presentation. And yes, we're hoping to read much more of your examples in the publication. So now, Irina, I can see you and the screen is yours. And I do hope that everything will go on now splendidly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and sorry for this delay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. It is common knowledge that the dietary prescriptions appeared in antiquity as an attempt to synthesize the humoral theory of Alcmaeon of Croton that was further developed by Hippocrates and Galen. These are a type of calendar text that contain instructions for consumption or avoidance of certain foods and drinks depending on the month of the year, as well as on the observance of certain hygienic practices, bloodletting, bathing, cleansing procedures, etc. Dietary calendars appeared in Bulgaria and the remaining Slavic world via translations of Byzantine literature. In this article, I will attempt to outline the borders of the spread of dietological prescriptions among the Slavs, such as which manuscripts we find them in, who ordered these, and who copied and read them. I am currently aware of 24 such manuscripts, mostly of South Slavic and Moldavian origins. Now slide 1, please. Here you could see the preliminary groups of dietary calendars. The first one is presented by verses on the 12th month by Nicholas Calicles. I know only 4 copies of 15th century and one of 16th century with the Moldavian and Serbian origin. The second group includes dietary calendars ascribed to King Solomon. Of course, the name of Solomon here is epigraph. These copies begin from the month of September, and the instructions are concentrated on dietary subjects with short argumentation about possible pathology. Most of the Moldavian copies belong to this version. The next group is presented by anonymous dietary calendars. The dietetic prescriptions begin from the month of March. The copies include humoral argumentation, climate explanation for each month. The listed dietary substances are much more. The advices are formulated with a broader dietetic scope: bloodletting, bathing, abstaining from physical activity, drinking laxative herbs, etc. And the next group is presented by very short prescriptions, just one sentence for each month. In one of the copies, the text is ascribed to John of Damascus. Dietary calendars were most actively spread between the 16th and 19th centuries, and interest in them was heightened in the late Middle Ages. Probably we should know that the Bulgarian Middle Ages ended in the 17th century. Dietetic prescriptions were included before all in codices of unstable composition that are known to have reproduced all translations and original works dating up to the late 19th century. It is in the 16th century miscellanies of various contents that the trend has been identified, which is of key importance for the heightened interest in the dieteticons during this period, namely the growing interest in the natural and the stuff of everyday use that was characteristic not only of the Balkans but also of all of Europe at the time. In these manuscripts, one can find excerpts from medical works and prescriptions, as well as esoteric texts, astrological and prognostic texts, calendar instructions about favorable conditions for various activity. For example, text about lucky and unlucky days for doing something. We can assume that the Bulgarian Tsar Simeon the Great was certainly one of those who ordered a dietary calendar according to the earliest codex with a dieteticon, the Simeonic Florilegium of 1073. This is the earliest, the one and only, and the clearest example of the place this genre enjoyed in medieval Bulgarian culture. As far as the ones who made these copies are concerned, we have identified 4 names of men of letters who are, without exaggeration, of key importance for their regions and cultural areas. They are the Moldavian scholar Gavril Uric, the Sabian monk Gavril, who wrote at Mount Athos. The first is Gavril Troichanin, and the priest from Karlovo, Avram Dmitrievich. I will dwell briefly on each one of them because they appear emblematic for the receptive dynamics of the Calendarium Dieteticum genre in the Balkan Slavic cultural area. Gavril Uric is certainly the best known name of this list. It is well known that he worked at the Neamț monastery under the abbot Domitian. His life work testifies directly to the penetration of Middle Bulgarian written heritage in Romanian spiritual culture. The fact that he was fulfilling an order is clear from a note to the richly decorated Tetraevangelium of 1429, which is kept at the Bodleian Library. The manuscript was ordered by Princess Marina, the wife of Moldavian Prince Alexander the Good. It is difficult to say whether the manuscript was ordered by the abbot for the needs of the Neamț monastery or by a layman, because we don't have the codex in its entirety. Unlike many of Gavril Uric's liturgical manuscripts, the codex containing the Dieteticon is a miscellany of various content. The entire manuscript has still not been found, but part of it is kept at the Russian State Library in Moscow and another part at the Russian State Archive, Moscow. Let me add here that there is another copy of dietary calendar that is fully identical to Gabriel Uric's one. This manuscript, which has Middle Bulgarian orthography, is of Romanian origin and was dated to about 1561. One another Gabriel appears in a manuscript that contains a dietary calendar, namely the Serbian monk Gabriel, who worked at Mount Athos, where he translated and copied in 1412 the book of Job with the interpretations of Olympiodorus of Alexandria, and translated the book The Wisdom of Solomon. The dietary calendar is the earliest copy of the calendar epigrams of the court physician and poet Nicholas Callicles in Horologion, with additions of about 14. Three more copies are known to Russian from 15th century and one of the second half of the 16th century, which is again of Romanian origin. Gabriel Troichanin, an erudite monk of the Holy Trinity Monastery near Plevlia, was the other prolific man of letters. He copied dietary calendars in his miscellanies of 1644 and 1648. Gabriel is important for Serbian medieval studies, before all for his Vrhobrezni Chronicle. He also composed a dozen large collections, and it is known that he worked of some of them jointly with illustrators who were renowned at the time. These works are the Psalter with a Colloquia of 1643 and the Hexameron with the Christian topography of Cosmas in Indicopleustes of 1649. Gabriel was a very prolific copyist with encyclopedic interest and erudition. He probably fulfilled orders of the monastery. One of his psalters with Colloquia of 1648 contains a dieteticon, but I will skip here the information. Gabriel Troichanin's other dieteticon is in manuscript Slav 83 of the Austrian National Library, again psalter with a Colloquia of 1644, and the text is exactly the same. The name of other professional copyist, Avram Dmitrievich of Karlovo, stands out among the copyists of dieteticons. He is known to have worked for several literary centers, the Sopot Monastery, the Troyan Monastery, the Athens Monastery of Zugrafo, and his work is associated with the Karlovo Kukrin School. The dieteticon, as was the case with Gabriel Troichanin, is part of a psalter with a Colloquia. Okay, we'll skip our information again. The latest copies of dieteticons, here you could see an example from the psalter written by Avram Dmitrievich. The latest copies of dietary calendars reveal the private nature of the miscellanies in that they cannot be associated with any deliberate effort or with orders from nobility. On the contrary, they reflect the individual interests of their owners and ascribers. These include the prayer book of Sophrony from Studenica, the prayer book of the priest Jovan Orovich of Stromnica, the medical recipe book of the monk Stefan Vitanovich of Lepadina. All late manuscripts of modern age that are representative of a different culture and where one can probably find echoes of the Western tradition and also of the Russian one and of book printing. These miscellanies combine liturgical texts, as their owners and compilers were clergymen and monks, and works of practical nature like handbooks that cater to the physical and spiritual health. Dietary calendars are rarely part of medical codices. They really belong in the medical collections, the books of medical recipes, or to translated compilations such as the Hillendar Medical Codex. In fact, they never end up there. The only codices with medical content are manuscript 54 from National Library Serbia, burnt in the World War II, and the Book of Medical Recipes of Stefan Vitanovic of Lepavina. If there is a thematic core that can be identified around the dieteticons, it is the core of the prognostic books. The books where we find health advices most often contain copied brontologians, palmomancy texts, as well as predictions about lucky and unlucky days. Another accompanying works, together with the dietary calendars, are astronomical and astrological articles, as well as the story of the 12 Fridays. It is important to note that this combination of medicine and prognostication is not characteristic of the South Slavic literature. It is also characteristic of the Western Middle Ages. Why is dietetics not tied to medicine, and why is it associated with prognostic literature? Is this due merely to technical reasons, namely to form collections of texts that had been translated at the same time and combined based on the time of their creation? The answers to these questions are yet to be found. The other peculiar feature of this written tradition is the fact that these texts fairly often appear as unplanned additions rather than being an integral part of well-conceived miscellanies. Some codices contain empty folia, indicating that they were compiled without a prior concept, which makes it very likely that dieteticon may have been copied accidentally. The only feature that links the dieteticon with the remaining text is the calendar. The modest statistic of attributed copies of dietary calendars raised the question of whether the dieteticons were copied into manuscripts that served the large monasteries. The few known names lead us to professional copyists, to intellectuals who are associated with prestigious scriptoria and monasteries such as Nyans, the Holy Trinity in Plevlia, Mount Athos, and Karlovo. Their names appear more than once in copies. The adoption of dietary calendars is stretched between two extremes, between what we define as a monastic florilegium and should be taken as high literature, and the simple, small collections of various content. The trajectory of this marginal genre began with the rulers' codices, passed through the richly decorated manuscripts, and to complete its development as a simple miscellany of the ordinary priest and layman. We have pointed out here just one of the possible points of view to the question of the reception of the genre of dietary calendars in the medieval South Slavic and Slavic Moldavian tradition, using the information gleaned from the names of people, places, and in very rare instances of the individuals who ordered the copies that can be found in the collections. The compositions of the manuscripts is of no lesser importance as it demonstrates how the men of letters understood this genre as they decided whether to incorporate a dieteticon in their codices. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Irina, for this highly interesting paper and presentation. And I'm really very glad that now it worked with your internet and with all the presentations. And so Sophia told me for the final discussion, we are now in the meeting mode, but I cannot see the other participants. Yes, Thomas is here. Great. And John, and now all are present. That's perfect. So again, I want to say thank you very, very much to all the speakers, to all the audience, and especially to the organizers having managed at least our really grave technical problems here in this session, and I'm very sorry, but sometimes technique is a miracle. So I want to start the discussion session, and I'm asking whether there are some questions or whether you have comments, remarks, anything you want to utter to the speakers. Yes, please. Anisava and then Danilo.
Thank you very much for so interesting session, for really brilliant and perfect presentations, which are a result of very long and very sophisticated research, because all these sources are too hard to find, to transcribe, to publish, to comment, etc., etc. So really, thank you for all colleagues in this session. I would like to say that especially sources in Slavonic tradition are very specific with the mixed of some tradition in folklore, which are not well known, because a part of them nowadays are in the archives. For example, in the archive of our Ethnological Institute in Sofia, for example, they are not published yet. And also from another side, already known manuscripts in different libraries. And the interesting moment is this compilation between different traditions. I would like to say hybrid traditions between translated sources, from Greek, of course, and some local traditions, some local beliefs, which are very, very interesting in our field. Our field is not just translations, not just this tradition which is from Greek. For example, these later books with cure receipts, in which we could find beliefs in miracles of saints too, and also receipts, different receipts, different knowledge about plants. It is very interesting also in from the language, from the lexical part of this text, and the field is very, very rich, and I would like to say that maybe in the future we will be developed more and more this field with new sources and with new point of view and with new comments. So thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Anisava, and I think that is a wonderful announcement, because I've seen now these texts and all these sources have a high potential also for the Byzantinists and for the for all the other annected subjects. So it is a very good announcement to have these texts more researched thoroughly. And the next question or remark was by Danilo. Danilo, please go on.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, actually, my reflection relates very closely to what Professor Mytilene told us. And I'm talking now from the Byzantine side of the reflection, because I've worked a lot of time in the last years with this collection of medical recipes, this so-called Iatrosophia. And I was very fascinated, especially by the paper by Professor Angusheva, because this amount of information is possible, or this kind of structuration and evolution of the Iatrosophia is possible to be seen also in the Greek world. For instance, we can notice that we have this collection of Greek medical recipes, which evolves in the late Byzantine time. And then, in the following centuries, there is no more the possibility to understand also the language in which these texts are written, and therefore these are substituted, but also influenced by other cultures. In this case, unfortunately, I'm not a specialist of Slavic languages, and I worked especially with the area in the southern Mediterranean, especially with Crete. But since the island was dominated by the Venetians, it is clear that we are in presence of mixed language, and a lot of specific terms are taken from Italian there. Because the population, and especially and for sure also the doctors, were not able to understand also the original text of the sources, like Galen, Hippocrates, or Dioscurides, who writes in ancient Greeks. And what I found really fascinating in the paper by Professor Angusheva is to see Angusheva, sorry.
And Dimitrova, we are two people.
And Dimitrova, sorry, I was just referring to the person who reads the paper. But actually, it was really fascinating to see that there is this use of a source, in this case Greek, that is modified in another language, in a Slavic one, and then also these Slavic sources are reused then in the following centuries with a change of the language. In this reference, I have just briefly question in order to have a better spectrum on this fascinating topic. You presented this manuscript of the Ilander Monastery, the number 464, and you related with this Iatrosophia, with this collection of Greek medical recipes. What is the title of this work? Because in the Greek word, we have the problem. Iatrosophia is the title, but is also a sort of typology, or as to say, a genre, but not with so specific features. Is there a description, a title, a definition of this text in the manuscript which helps us to define and to locate in a particular stage of the Slavic medical tradition?
Thank you very much. Shall I, Maciej, Okay. Thank you very much for both comments, and thank you very much, Daniel, for your paper yesterday. I enjoyed it immensely. I just couldn't participate in the discussion, so. Yes, it's a very good question, because Iatrosophia doesn't appear in the title of the text. The title of the text is an art, meaning medical art in this case, for everything. Изкуство на всякои вещи. So this is the title, but the name of Galen appears in one of the recipe, and I think we've mentioned this recipe about the pills of of Galen.
Oh,
And
okay.
yes, yes, I agree. It's very difficult to identify exactly the stage in which these texts were taken, reshaped, etc., etc. But is quite interesting, and indeed is a very rare case if we compare, for instance, this text that I talk about, the Iatrosophia, that we talk about Iatrosophia, and the rest of these collections with curative recipes, because there is a obvious difference in the style, in the type. It's also very interesting. As you've mentioned, the use of words from different languages, the same very very complex linguistic picture we can find, especially in the later period, when, as you have seen in our PowerPoint, even the different layers of the language are mixed, more archaic and more modern. And yes, there is an influence of the folk material. I remember one manuscript from the National Library in Sofia, in which the manuscript contains a lot of recipes, but on the margins there is this magical practice that is described by a later copyist, obviously something that comes from the folk tradition, but also we shall say the late Byzantine, no, not the late Byzantine, I'm sorry, the late Greek collections of medical recipes, as the one that I've mentioned and that is edited, and some of the recipes can clearly be identified to be the same as those in Hudosh Miscellany. This collection also contains a lot of magical practices, and so sometimes even translating, let's say, medical texts, medical recipes. The Slavonic translators also translated these apocryphal or folk materials. So yeah.
So thank you very much. It's really fascinating. Just my last remark. Yeah. And hopefully we can stay in touch then in order to exchange our materials. I would love it.
We should. I will be very interested in, both Margaret and I, we will be very interested in your work. Truly fascinating. Thank you so much.
Yeah, very good. I write my email in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your enlightening remarks, and I'm very sorry that John had to leave, but we are really clearly overdue. That's for technical problems, but I didn't want to stop this discussion and this talking, because I think there are many interesting points to be said, and now I'm asking for further remarks, further questions, further comments. If there are none, I really... No, Thomas?
May I?
Yes, of course.
I was very impressed by the papers from the Bulgarian colleagues, and I just have a selfish question, because if you're dealing with health and all these remedies, especially in the context of magic, then there's the famous word of the Nejid on the first Old Church Slavonian amulets, and to my knowledge, it has not yet been really explained. And it's just a question, can it be explained by your sources, what measured really means?
Professor Daiber, I'm sorry. Here, Nisava Miltonova can also say few things. She had contributed to the study of Nezhid, etc. But there are a couple of interpretations. If you want, Margaret and I, a couple of years ago, edited a volume in which Kazimir Pop-Konstantinov suggested other interpretation for Nezhid than gingivitis. I cannot recall the English name at the moment, but there are new publications on the question, and if you are interested, not immediately, because we are still teaching very heavily in Manchester at the moment, but in 3-4 weeks I can send you information about that if you are interested.
Yes, I'm very interested. Thank you.
Okay, and Anisava probably can help as well. So.
Thank you.
There are many amulets on metal or on different pieces of wood, metal here, and pieces of wood like this here, and very, very different pieces of amulets. So this is a field for future research, not just for archaeologists, but for philologists. So it will be in the future.
I think it might really be very interesting connecting these objects you've spoken of with to the texts and to the sources.
Yes.
And to try to make one connection here. And then looking around about the transcultural connections, because there's also a strong Byzantine iatromagical tradition, and it might be really interesting to stay in contact on these subjects and to keep the contact and to keep the exchange.
Professor Geller found many interesting examples in Middle Ages, tradition, Syriac and Coptic, but very near parallels to Slavonic texts. Very, very interesting.
Yes, and that's the Near Eastern component, and this really a wide field. Absolutely, yes. And I think it's a field where there's much work to be done, and it's interesting work, and it's highly inspired work. Yes. So some other comments or questions, especially for Ekaterina also in these Vita, in these hagiographical texts, there are many things. I'm sorry we couldn't hear all your examples, but I'm really awaiting for the publication, and I'm hoping to read a lot of them, because it's there also are many things about medical practices, about healing practices, about amulets in the Byzantine ones also, and so I think it's really interesting to have the connection and to have the exchange there.
Thank you very much for your interest. All saints practice very different medical treatments. So it is really very interesting to show the old practice, or Christian or pagan, I mean using plants and medicine. So I will show in my paper after this conference.
Thank you so much. Are there other questions, comments, remarks? I cannot see any hands raised or anybody. So I thank again all the speakers, all the participants in the discussion. It was a great session, and you did really splendid and marvelous work. And I hope we'll stay in contact, and I hope I can read many things from your highly interesting research. And yeah, I appreciate your work so much, and no, thank you very, very much. And after this long evening, I wish you a nice evening and a nice day, and tomorrow a nice final sessions of this conference. Thank you very, very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Isabel.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
We are very sorry for all technical issues.
No, don't worry.
No, it's,
don't worry. That was
sometimes
working at the
this
end.
happens. We cannot foresee it always.
Absolutely.
But I think we've managed, and now we are a little bit longer. But as we are at home, everybody, so it doesn't matter so much. So don't worry and have a nice evening. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Isabel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank
and I hope we will see each other next year.
Yeah.
Maybe in person, in Wood.
Yes. Yeah.